Long agenda. Be here till midnight.
And
And we have before.
really,
Mhm.
I hope there's a bunch of supper then.
So if you guys keep your comments slow, and we're going to try to time some of these so we can get through. Depending on which one, I'll tell you, okay? 15 for one and then 30 for some, but it just depends. Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and get started. Called a Scopin and Council meeting to order. It's 9:18. At this time, if it's okay with council, I would like to do the invocation this morning. So with that, bear with me. Oidam, montu momapet numeromapet. Avche wich kushtetavach moiskev. Mwivche pert which it would rupaga. Pert which yamamu. No, I'm vetma. From the youngest to the oldest. Mernuni. Never up to miva. You man, you tribe one. Kavas pamru kanige on and off the reservation. Umumu chishmaike pupak mares panetrumken. Tutis nuit the moisvich. Mwive, montu momapet. Tutis nuit the moisvich. Tut shuwach amam no. Magu about the speaker of always the chini pupak mares qual one. Urun tonight mwich put which he montu momapet no momapet. Mununa mamos mamuch shmaike. Pimchi and mununi. Kavas pamru kanige. Kavas pamru menich. Permova. Kaps upon neo. Oops, I'm Rebecca Asnam Tamotnich. Udon so like me to put which can even Tamokiach, Havas Pam Wukan, Tamokiach, Puatam, Gent Monoctopata, still this Mamuk the Moist which Monty Momok. Creator, thank you for this beautiful morning. Thank you for the rain that we receive. Thank you for the moisture that we have from Mother Earth. That things will be good for each and every one of us. Today I bring this prayer to you in a good way, that things will be good for all of us as we move forward down the road. Where we come from in the past, our past leaders to today, to tomorrow, that things will always be good for us here at Ute Tribe. Bless each one of our tribal members from the youngest to the oldest, wherever they may live on and off the reservation, in their homes, their work, their schools that they go to. Take care of all of them in a good way. I say this respectfully, Creator, as you've taken care of us up to this point. Take care of all of our employees for the Ute Tribe, both on the tribal government side and the enterprise side. That things will continue to move forward and prosper, that we have equity in everything that we do, that we work toward. Give the council a strong voice. Make them strong in their voices as they go to committees and meetings, especially here in these council chambers, that we may understand the transparency and how hard it is to be here in this council position, that things will be good for them. Bless each one of them in their homes, their families, their children, their extended family, wherever they may live. Take care of each and every one of them. Bless each and every one of them in that way, Creator. Take care of our children as they're going through the school year this year. That they learn things will be good for them, that someday they may sit here in these positions or in some of the positions in each one of our tribal departments or enterprises. Take care of our elders, for they are the ones that take care of our language and our culture and our traditions. But take care of everybody in general as we move forward together. Not one family, not one person, but as a whole, Creator. So I bring this prayer to you today, as we are the mountain people. That's where we're created from. That's why our prayers go up to you in that way. So Creator, take care of all the things you've created, from the winged ones to the ones that walk across the land to the ones that live in the water, and everything that grows through Mother Earth. As we utilize this as new to you, we've always utilized this. We've always become the best stewards in this country, in these mountains that we have, and where will you put us. So Creator, take care of the ones that are ailing today in the hospital, that things will be good for them to get well. Creator, take care of the ones that have gone home to you, their families that are still here. Take care of them as they're going through a hard time. Take care of them in the heart and mind, that they understand these things. Take care of our armed forces of all the branches, wherever they may be, here or abroad, as things are getting more challenging. Creator, take care of all of our elders that might be in nursing homes. Sometimes they get lonely. And sometimes we need families to go visit them a little bit more, even any one of us. Creator, I know you're there with them all the time, 7/24, throughout the whole year. Continue that. We ask that in this prayer. If there's anything or anybody I forgot, Creator, take care of it in that way, that things will be good for us. Many blessings will come to each and every one of us, that we may feel good today, we feel good tomorrow, and how we look toward the future and working together. Suun son haik muiche put wuchi monti momakat numakat muiche put wuchi amono amamuche smaike manuktis chichiguspach tutes no muite moisvich urun son haik muiche put wuchi uraspan son haik pavichin Jesus Christ amen. Okay, with that, thank you to everyone. Roll call, please.
Daniel Hart,
Here.
Austin Turtle, Darwin Whiteman Jr., Conrad Jacket.
Here.
Tony Knight. Here. Catherine Jacket.
Yeah.
Malcolm Lehigh.
Here.
Thank you. We do have a quorum of 5. Councilman Turtle is excused to go to a conference, so he's okay. Councilman Whiteman, I'm hoping that he'll get on here pretty soon, as he is on the Zoom. When you get a chance, Councilman Whiteman, Treasurer, just acknowledge it so we can put it into our records that you're here as part of the quorum. Superintendent, I don't know if she's here or not, if somebody contacted her. Oh, they're still on that shutdown? Okay. All right, with that, council members, take a look at the agenda. Is there any additions or deletions to the agenda? We did hear number 7, Elder Center. They wanted to take that off. And also the enrollment under an executive session, the enrollment committee for new enrollments, that's also going to be taken off. They'll address that at the next council meeting. Is there anything else that we need to pick off for today? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda with changes and deletions? Oh, thank you. So number 9, BI Superintendent will not be here to do an update report based on the shutdown.
Addition into executive session.
Sure.
Division director.
Division Director or Executive Director?
Division. Just a discussion.
Okay. Anything else, council members? Okay, seeing and hearing none, is there a motion to go ahead and approve the agenda as discussed
Make motion, Chairman, with addition added to
and deletions?
and deletions.
Okay, thank you. There is a motion. Is there a second? There is a second. Motion was by Councilman Lehigh, second by Secretary Jacket. The approval of the agenda with changes and deletions. Call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 5-0. Council members, take a look at the minutes for September 30th, 2025. If there's any corrections? Going back to the vote is 5-4-0, I'm sorry. 5 for quorum, 4 voted yes, and then 0. So 5-4-0 for the vote. So the approval of the minutes for 9/30/2025. Take a look at it, council members. I'll go over the agenda with the council, with the other members. So our approval of agenda was number 1, which passed. Number 2 is the approval of the minutes. And after that, we'll go into the old business. Under old business, number 3 is Housing Department. They have a ratification advisory resolution for the approval of Travois contract. That's an action item. Under new business, we'll move into new business. Number 4 will be CFR Court. Priscilla Blackhawk will be on Zoom, and I think Robert Cole is here to also talk about that. They have 3 items: professional service contract. There's 5 resolutions in that, all action. Law and Order Code Title I, general provisions for the resolution. It's an action item. Law and Order Code Title III, criminal code court judicial service, also an action item. So there's actually 7 action items under number 4. Number 5 is environmental. Mr. Clow, it's 2 items. Approval to submit the application to U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, BOR, Native American Affairs Branch for a technical support grant. It's an action item. Then B will be a discussion of benefits for Desiree on the lease provisions. That's discussion. Number 6 will be tribal energy. Mr. Baloo, the Director for Energy, has 3 items: new permit and sand and gravel lease created for Wimage Construction. It's an action item. MDA update for Mossman Helium and approval for the tribe and BIA, action item. Then C is the approval for methodology to determine and recommend oil and gas lease bonds on Ute Mountain Ute tribe. It's also an action item. It's to increase the bond. Then we'll go to number 7 will be economic development. Bet Casacanda? Cascading, thank you, has 4 items: electric vehicle charging station license agreement for 6 years. That's an action item. B is Nucci Market Colorado Trust Grant, 100,000, action item. Verde Modular Homes, it's an action item. Project Peak 2.0 Department of Education Grant, 3 years at 163,000 for a total of 489,000, also an action item. Then we'll go to number 8, which will be council reports and updates. Then we'll move into executive session. First one is the letter of interest for enrollment committee member. Then we'll move to number 10 will be legal. Nikki Green, attorney, contracts approval for Michael Keller. And then we'll move into the housing tribal trailer 729 account. And number 12 will be a discussion for division director. And that is our agenda for today. Any questions, comments, council members? Seeing and hearing none, I just wanted to tell the membership that this will be our only council meeting in October. November, we'll be having our swearing in on the 7th. We just recently had our elections. Selwyn White Skunk won the position. This is unofficial. Won the position based on the number of votes for the chairmanship. And then we had Conrad Jacket. He retained his seat on the council, Secretary Jacket. And then we had, we're going to have a runoff between Marilyn House and Evelyn Lopez, which will happen after the 3-day challenge period. If anybody wanted to challenge it from the people that ran, if there is no challenge or anything, I think the deadline is Wednesday at noon. If there's nobody submitting anything on that, then the election board will set up a runoff date for the 2 ladies, and that'll go back to the membership to do a vote runoff. And then Gwen Cansey, she won the position over in White Mesa. So I just wanted to give an update on that. We're also looking at some things going on with the shutdown. It has not really affected the tribe, but it has affected our BIA. So BIA is closed until further notice from the federal government. I did write a letter to the senators and the congressmen to see if we can at least open it up temporarily to keep things moving. Superintendent and I think fire forestry is the only ones that are still working. Rest of the staff are on furlough right now until further notice. So if you have called to the BIA, then they have not responded because they don't have staff there to go ahead and answer those questions. Our Justice Department is still ongoing because they're essential. As some of our 638 contracts are also, some of them are essential. So we have to keep those moving. We're hoping that the shutdown will come to a conclusion. They can realize what impacts they're having on Medicaid, SNAP programs, school lunches. So just a lot of these programs that would impact the tribes or everybody as a whole. So we're hoping things will be working in the best interests of the United States citizens as a whole. So we will be reaching out to Samhain White Skunk and the council members once they've identified who they are for a transition process. And that'll go probably in the next week or two. The swearing in will be probably down at the casino November 7th. And we're going to develop a transition process to move from one administration to another administration. We'll be working on invitations to send out to our sister tribes and other tribes, partners from 3 states and to the federal government, so that we have a good turnout as they look at where we're moving and transitioning into the future. So with that, I just wanted to give that quick update. We did have a great Ute Sovereignty Day on Sunday. I'd like to say thank you to everybody that helped put that together, everybody that came on Sunday from the morning service, sunrise service and invocation to the TP putting it up and the other programs that were there. Stefan was the MC, which was good, played some good music, and the luncheon that we had and the movies and everything that went on there was really positive. We as Nuchi always want to do that in a good way because we are a sovereign nation, and Nuchi need to be recognized and be proud who they are. There might have been some negative comments there, but don't want to go there. I'll leave that as that. But be positive about who we are as Nuchi. Be positive about where we're heading into the future, and always looking out for the children and grandchildren that are not here yet, thinking of them and where we've come from, our past tribal leaders, and how we have become a strong Ute, Mountain Ute sovereign nation. We are leading and setting benchmarks for other tribes to follow, and we set those examples in a good way and respectfully. So be proud of being a Ute Mountain Ute tribal member. So I say that on behalf of our tribal council and to each one of you far and near enrolled with us as Ute Mountain Ute tribal members and employees of both government and the enterprises and all of our community members. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move forward with our agenda for today. Going back to the agenda for the approval of the minutes for 9/30/2025. Is there any corrections? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes for 9/30/2025?
No, I didn't make a motion to accept the minutes.
Thank you, Secretary. Is there a second? There's a second. Motion was by Secretary Jacket, second by Councilwoman Jacket. Call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 5-4-0. The minutes of September 30th, 2025 is reflected into the records. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to our next agenda item under old business. Number 3, Housing Department. Please come on up, introduce yourself for the record. This is a ratification advisory resolution for the approval of the Travois contract. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Good morning, Chairman, Tribal Council, Executive Staff, community members. My name's Archie House Jr., Housing Division Director. I'm here today to ratify polling resolution that we had for the approval and authorization of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe to contract with Travois Incorporated to apply to the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority, CHAFA, in February 2026 for federal low-income housing tax credit and Colorado state tax credits to generate an estimate of $8.1 million in investor equity that does not need to be repaid to construct an estimated 15 affordable homes on the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation for members on its waiting list.
Thank you. Any questions, council members, on this? This is a polling resolution that came through. We're just ratifying it today. We had 5 council members approve it at that time. So it comes before you today for any questions or comments on this advisory resolution and ratifying it today. Any questions or comments, council members? Secretary?
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Archie. Thank you for finding out all of these housing needs that we need, especially funding. Housing's a need right now, and we have a long list. So this is a good thing. I very much appreciate you doing your hard work and your staff too. So definitely got my support on this. Chairman, council.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, council members? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion to approve the ratification of this advisory resolution for the Travois contract, which is on page 9 on the polling and page 14 on the today's resolution for ratifying?
Chairman, if there's no more comments or questions.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Chair, I'll second.
There's a second. Motion was by Secretary Jacket, second by Councilman Knight. Call for the vote. Secretary?
Yes.
Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Councilman Jacket? Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Any opposition?
Chairman, I'm on. Just to let you know,
Okay,
I can walk if you want.
all right. We'll go ahead and put that down as 9:40. Okay, we're going through the votes right now. Treasurer, how do you vote on the Travois contract?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 6-5-0. Thank you, council members. Anything else?
Just to let council know, later on the agenda in executive session, housing will be speaking about 729 tribal trailer account. Assistant Director Root had been working on this project for a long time, so she'll be in to present to council.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Really appreciate that. And you guys are doing a good job with, as Councilman Secretary Jacket mentioned, housing is our next really initiative to push forward. We have all these fundings that are coming in from the grants we have, the 123 proposition, just looking at it, but infrastructure is really key in how we're going to try to get things put into place. And working with IHS too, I don't know if we're going to ever put a new tank on the south side by the rodeo ground, how that's going to work out for that pumping lift station there. But really looking at how we can look at 729 account, all these old abandoned homes. I'm hoping that we can meet with some of the owners of all these abandoned homes and see if we can get them knocked down through the Brownsfield program. Those are potential sites because they have utilities. But really coming up with a good plan on how we move forward for the housing in the future. So really appreciate the liaisons, Councilman Turtle and Secretary Jacket in leading the charge, and also working with Councilman Lehigh for the sites over in White Mesa. But as council as a whole to look at our waiting list that we have and really looking at it. So really appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move into the new business. First one under new business is the CFR Court. Please come on up, introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, Robert Cole, presenting officer for the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if Priscilla is on. I don't see her.
I just text her, but I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, she is. She was gonna zoom
Yeah,
in.
she was gonna jump on. She did tell me that she was gonna get on, but if you can contact her. We do have 7 resolutions under number 4. So I'll go ahead and get you started on the professional service contracts. You have 5 of them, and we'll take them individually. Do you have them in here?
Can you zoom?
I'm not here to present on the
Okay, I will.
contracts. That would be Priscilla. I'm not a party to that because one of the contracts is mine.
Okay, the 2 Law and Order Code Title 1 and then
Yes, I'm here to
Law and Order
present.
Code Title
I
3.
just sent it to you.
Yes.
If it's okay with council, we'll go
Okay.
ahead and move those to until Priscilla comes on for the
Yeah.
professional services. Then we'll go ahead and take B, Law and Order Code Title 1 and then Law and Order Code Title 3.
Thank you.
You guys are okay with that? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Title 1, which is general provisions, it's a short title, but it's also very important. First and foremost, it addresses the issue of tradition and custom. And the way that would apply is that recognizing that we have a bifurcated court, it's both a tribal court and a CFR court. But because it is a tribal court, then Ute Mountain Ute tribe custom and tradition is something that can be introduced into any case if it's relevant. And that is spelled out in the general provisions. So it's important that the community and council recognize that because it is a tribal court, that if an issue comes up where custom and tradition would apply, that can be presented by having someone like an elder or somebody familiar with the custom and practice come into court, explain the relevance of that custom and practice to the court, and have the judge apply that to the issue that's being addressed. Excuse me. The other aspect contained in general provisions that is important to note is we've included a definition of the court because it is a tribal court and a CFR court. We thought that tribal council wanted to make sure that people understood what it means to be a tribal court and a CFR court. So the general provision now provides for a definition of what that does actually mean. I know that's come up in the past. Questions have been asked exactly what does that mean when it's a tribal court and a CFR court. Now there is a definition of that contained in the general provisions. The other aspect of the general provisions that is important is section 1-2-102, which establishes that the tribal CFR court is independent. I know that came up in the budgetary meetings. I know council indicated they wanted us to move forward on that. And then now is a provision in the general provisions that establishes that the tribal CFR court is independent. Does anyone have any questions regarding the general provisions?
Okay, at this time, I'll open it up to any council members for any questions, comments on this resolution for the general provisions. Councilman Knight?
Thank you for your presentation. My question is probably more towards legal. So pros and cons of the separation of the court from the tribe, them being just a branch under the government. Is there any cons or is it, what's the pros and cons?
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, of the separation or as it pertains to
Just
this?
as it pertains to CFR court being an independent branch of tribal government.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it already is. So, and that's what you want because you don't want council involvement or as little as possible between your legislative body and your court system. So you do want that explained and defined. And I don't know if Robert has anything else to add.
No, I mean, I think there was a discussion at the budgetary meeting, the importance of no political influence and how the court or litigants or people that are having issues resolved by the court would have outside influence, and also it prevents conflict of interest.
Thank you for that. Any more questions? Secretary?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the Elder Committee for being here too. Mr. Knight, Miss Jacket, Miss Colleen. So this is a real need It's becoming faster and faster that a lot of our child members, they're becoming seniors and they're gonna need that protection. So it's sad, but it needs to happen now more than ever. And thank you for putting this up. Thank you for the elder committee for getting their opinion, because that's who we're gonna depend on. So Chairman, Council, those are my comments.
Thank you. Any more questions, council members?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, and I really apologize. We have met a number of times with the Elder Committee regarding both the general provision and when we get to the discussion on the criminal Title III. And they may have a comment that they might like to make. They have been very actively participating in the review of this.
Thank you for that. Any more questions, comments, council members? I think earlier, Priscilla came before the council and wanted to introduce a resolution. And I agree that the direction is a good direction, but we need to really define it in a really good way, because it is a very complex move. The United States government today has a legislative body, which is Congress. They create resolutions, they create law, things through legislation. Then you have your judicial side, which is the Supreme Court and all of them. There has to be a separation between the two, some of this stuff with the general provisions right now. So that is something that'll be coming down the road for the council and the new council in the next administration, if there's going to be a true separation of legislative and judicial system. And maybe that's something we're ready for, and maybe we're not ready for. But it's up to council and how you create that, and how complex it can be, and the impacts, the pros and cons of it, the good and the bad, and really looking at it, because we're really moving forward in a good, positive way, and we need to look at separation in that direction. I know that she tried to introduce a resolution earlier. I was not in support of it, because I asked her, let's look into it a little bit more. Let's research it a little bit more. Let's really define how we're going to move forward with that, because it can be very, very complex, not only just for council and staff and people and the court system, but for our tribal members in general. So we really need to look at that in a good, positive way and come across with that transparency and education in understanding the separation of legislation and judicial system. So I just wanted to make some comments on that and how we're going to be moving forward with that in the future. Any other comments, council members? Going back to the general provision resolution on page 100, approval of the Ute Mountain Ute Law and Order Code. It kind of touches a little bit on the importance of influence in the judicial system, kind of what I was talking about a little bit earlier. It does define the tribal courts and CFR courts, and really looking at how that moves forward. Is that correct, Mr. Cole?
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you.
I do that too.
Any other questions, comments, council members? Elders?
My name, I know most of you know who I am. I'm Colleen Katerra. I'm the chairwoman for the Elder Committee. You know, doing a lot of research and coming down to what it is. You know, dealing with the law and order code has become a big factor, and it is something that needs to be implemented, you know, by revising the law and order code. You know, I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Hart, the legislative body and the judicial system. You know, to defy that, I think the council or the new administration really needs to look at the body as a whole. You know, we have our council, legislative body. Okay, where does elder committees stand in that? To defy that, I believe, you know, we were once structured to sit next to the council to give, you know, to hear out and give, you know, to give our feedback, our input in that. So I think, you know, that's something that really needs to be defined so that we be a part of that legislative body. So looking at that, I really truly feel that we need to update not only the law and order code, but the Constitution as well. And I am a serious believer that, you know, the council shouldn't have no influences on the on the court system. My understanding, you know, it's a no-go, because if you do it for one, you have to do it for everyone. And so, you know, coming down this road, I'm a true believer that people have a part of this, because I believe when I sat there at one point, I don't want to be pointed at and saying, when you get council, when you get elder committees. That's where, you know, Priscilla had tried so many times to reach out to the tribal members to have their input on that. Because I'm a serious believer at, you know, listening to the membership as well. Putting something together requires them, because this is culturally sensitive. Everything we do here, we have to keep in mind our people. You know, we don't live like how the people live on the outside. We are Native Americans, we're Ute Mountain Utes, and it happens all over. You know, we have different tribes that have their different form of government. And, you know, that if it works for them, then fine. But, you know, we're here right now today trying to map out and try to put something together that's going to make sense for the people because of everything that is happening. Today's world is evolving. We need to evolve with that too. The people need to understand that we are going through a change, and that it's not going to get any easier unless we put our feet down and start putting it together again. It's like Nuchu. You have to have an input because you're a part of this tribe. You're the stakeholders. You're the people that helps us decide what's going on. So I believe that, you know, if they come and try to even put their input, then we can do it together. I mean, like I've learned when I went to college, you know, in group settings, not everyone has a positive input. There's negative, but you can also build off of that. And you can continue building off of what you have. I'm a believer at that. And with the experience I have, this is why I say what I say. So we are where it's at, and it will be, it's up to the council now to adopt this. So people pay attention, tribal members, to what's going on here today, because this isn't the first that's going to be happening. It's going to continuously keep changing. We need that change. Maybe that's why we're in that idling mode, because we haven't structured anything strong. Voices need to be heard. Don't we get bothered about the wag, which that's how I feel. And I, looking at our elder committee, you know, they have good intentions, but you know what? Help us along. Help us to make these decisions together. That's all I ask. Thank you and have a good day.
Okay, with that, if there's no more questions or comments, seeing and hearing, oh,
Okay,
Councilman.
thank you for coming, elder community. You know, you're right about involved in the community, but Mariska, sometimes it's hard to get people together, you know, in a nama room, you know, but you guys, you guys been working on it. You guys have an idea of who run it, you know, what is needed, because the one in Luchi, right, like you said, you know, we have our own ways, and, you know, we do different ways of life right now, Marigachi. We're not like Marigachi, and so we have to really focus on who we are and try to go on it and use that, you know, you know, and now we changed our Marigachi and Mawa Mabatikowi, and but still we have to not forget where we came from, and we still have to utilize that. So when we're doing something like this, it's really important to implement that. You know, so we have to put that in it too, so that we are able to meet the needs our elders too. Our elders are important today. We're all getting there, so we get in. We want to know what would be like, because right now, the way elders are struggling, there's really no help, we losing our elders in the nursing homes and, to health. We want to make sure that they are protected so that they can live a little bit longer, right? Rosa Kachak Rumap, and it just, it's what's right, nobody has no concern about the Napchi or the Mamasawachi and Mabachi. And so when we come up, and it's good to get it in place so that and we have something to follow to protect the elder. Now, Mike, and I thought of Mike, we need to,
Well, when I say that. And the problem is for me, for what we do, we have to think about that. I'm going to, our elders are getting abused too as well, and these Ahapuna are doing what they're doing. So, we have to stand together on what we do. So, like I said, it's a cultural sensitivity topic, and thank you for saying that, because, that's what it comes down to. We're losing our elders, and, we gotta protect them with what with what we can do, these words, these resolutions that we're passing.
Yeah.
Terry.
Yeah, I think that we start this, what you got before you. It's going to start looking at the law and order code, because basically the law and order code we have, we didn't write it. It didn't come from the people. It didn't come from the tribe. It came from the government, some non-Indians, Mulagachi, whoever, they wrote it, like everybody else has it. And that's why it's hard for whoever goes into the court. They say, well, how about this, how about that? And they will say, well, ask the council. And you're right, council and the laws over here are supposed to be separate. That's the way it's set up. Back when I was on council, first came on, the council ran everything. The chairman, he was the one that made the decision on everything. We just went along. They said, no. That's how we took care of things. But later on, things changed, and then we had to have a law and order code to follow. So we were talking about it. We said, well, yeah, we asked the council to pass it. We're going to go back and go through it. Whatever it is that in our law and order code that doesn't fit our ways, our traditional ways of living, how we do things, well, we can change it to where it reflects the people's, their way, not the white man. That's some of our problems. And then you guys can pass it, and nobody can come up and say, well, what do you think? I want you to do this, do that, because it already be set. But it's going to take a while to go through all of it and change or modify what needs to be done. And that's what we're going to be doing. And somebody says, I can help you, that's good. But we need to do that, put it back to the law and order code, back to where it reflects the needs and the wants of the people, and have you guys to come to support it. So nobody can come and say, okay, council, how about this, I want that. They said, no, it's in the law and order code right here. This is how we're going to be taking care of it from now on. You guys can, maybe you still want to run, say that, but that's where we get into a lot of problems with people, But we say, we've already passed this resolution, and all the committee with some of the people are helping it. Hopefully the attorneys will come in, we'll look at it, and we'll set it up, and that's how it's going to be going. So it takes a lot of weight and whatever off of people, and let that thing go by itself. But of course, CFR has its ways too, but in one of those sections, you know, I can't remember which one it is, it says that the CFR court and law has to go by the tribal laws. What the tribal laws are, what the council passes, whatever, they have to go by that. Now, I don't know if they do that anymore. I haven't been close to them or whatever, but that's what it says in there. They're supposed to be doing that, but it don't seem like they're doing it. So they want to go the easy way out and go to council. I want to go to council. Yeah, council said, well, you got to do this, you got to do that. That's where we get mixed up. That's why no one to why and no one to this way. Not supposed to be that way. If it's already written, then you follow that. You can't go say, well, we're going to go do this, go do that, because it'll already be done. And it'll be, hopefully, you won't be faced with that, you know, here and there. It's already be done, and we're going to do what we can to put the youth way into that law and order code, what it says. We're going to have to change some of the words a little bit, but it will still be the same. So kind of leaning toward normative, but what it says, how we're supposed to do this, what we're supposed to say, and how it's supposed to be done. You know, hopefully we can get that done. So then that will be it. But we need to get this started. See, you guys say, okay, go ahead and start it, do it. Then we can go back and I don't think it's going to be that hard, but that's just me, you know. Talk about it, take it apart, and work with him and Priscilla and work on it. Hopefully, at some time and point, the tribal attorney will come in and look at it. They might ask, you know, what's this? Why is this that? Why is this that? And we can tell them what it is, because they're not Ute and they're not Indians, so they don't know, but they understand what's already written right now. If they come in and say, what's this? Why this? Why do you want to change this? We can get together and change it where it's more relevant to all of us today, not what it used to be, not what BIA wants, it's what we want. We want to do that. We want to do that. So somebody said, well, how come you want to do it the new way? It's not the new way. It's how our people used to take care of things. What I seen the council do, attorneys, when I first got on council, what they did and how they took care of things. And that wasn't a new way, it's just an old way. The traditional way of government handle things. It's not new. It's how we do things all along. So we got to put that in there. So we continue with that, with the new and the people. So take care of things. So that's what I think. You know, we should get this started. So that's all.
I'd like to define a term what we're working towards. You know, I think it's important that, you know, the legislative body sitting there has to understand what your role is. Okay, sitting there, you have to remember, if you're going to get involved with the case, then you're obstructing justice. So I want you guys to understand that's what we're trying to alleviate here. We're trying to be fair to everyone, not just say we're going to take this case because they're our relatives or they're my constituents. No, we're trying to alleviate that. We're trying to put everything on paper so that we serve everyone with the utmost respect. They have their rights, and that's what we have to keep in mind.
Thank you. Priscilla, do you have a comment?
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm sorry I couldn't get on Zoom earlier. I'm in Phoenix this week at a law conference. So I just got on. I kind of caught the tail end of it. But I just want to get my opinion out there to all of you in regards to independent and separate. That we had an assessment done by BIA like a year ago, I'd say a year and a half maybe ago. And it was the BIA assessment of our court. In that assessment, BIA did recommend that the court be independent and separate. Because right now, we are under human resources. And Timothy Root is the division director or the person that's handling several programs. And they saw that as being an issue. So the pros to being independent is that we could do it by resolution. It's documented, as we all know, everything needs to be documented. And by resolution, it would be documented and it would have teeth in it. If there's no documentation in regards to independent and separate, then there could be involvement, within the court, but the court does need to be separate and independent. All courts are, all tribal courts, state park courts, they're independent and separate. So that's why I did I did mention it in the budget meeting, and at that time, the council was in agreement with it. But the only thing I can tell you that changes would be, there'll be no change in funding, there'll be no change in structure, because we are a tribal court / CFR court. So we operate the same as we're operating right now. The only thing that would change is that we would be out under the human resource person, under that division director. We would be out from under that and put separate along with legal. And I think Tawahi's separate, and I think behavioral health is separate. So we would file along that line. So there has to be clear separation from the court and the legislative body. So I just want to stress that, right now, we've talked about it. Council has agreed, with that. But if we go into a new administration and there's new members, then we're going to start all over from square one in regards to this. Right now, we met with the elder committee. All throughout the time, we're writing this code, which is 30 years old. And the elder committee has supported us, and they support this independent and separate, because we have to have that in order to function our legal system in a right way, because no one's above the law. So we just want to make sure that we comply as we go forward in that way. So that's my comment. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any more comments, questions, concerns? Councilman Knight?
My thing is, it says fairness. Do all the judges, and we're going back to the topic of cultural sensitivity, are your judges aware of our tribal customs and sensitivity of the people that they are on trial? Because sometimes fairness is not in place. So that's where we have to step in and try and help our tribal members. So,
Okay, and then I can answer that question.
okay.
One of our judges is new, which is Matt Margison. He's been there maybe about a year. But our other judge is Adam Barnhurst, and he's been with the court for, I'd say, about 12 years. So Adam is aware. And like we explained to the elder committee, if there's a situation, a case that comes up, and they need more involvement, like recommendation or testimony from the elder, they can request that the elder come in and provide that testimony for that individual. And Mr. Knight has done that in the past. He's been a witness and has testified before court. So he's done that, it was successful, and it worked. So that's another revenue where we use our elders, we use our spiritual leaders, but they have to request that they want this individual to come into court. So that's how it's handled through the court system.
Thank you, Priscilla.
Okay, thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Mr. Cole?
I just noticed a couple things. If you look under general provisions, section 1, there's a double, parens 1. That should be, we'll take care of that. And same with number 2, there's a double parens 2. that should be deleted, those two items. And I just want to make sure, because we want to be as transparent as possible with this, if there's anything new that's been added based on conversations that have occurred either with the elders or with the budget committee. And there is, if you look at section 1-1-104, it gives the legal department the ability to update or to modify the law and order code for formatting corrections. Nothing substantial, but for example, when we get to a discussion about the criminal code, there's a provision in there about adopting the Colorado traffic code as the traffic code that would be used in the tribal court. As that gets updated, we could update the law and order code automatically without going through an amendment process. So that provision that I just referenced in general provisions gives the ability of the legal department to do formatting updates without going through an appeal process or an amendment process.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Jacket? Catherine, can you put it on vibrate? We do have a rule in here. If your phone rings, you get a fine. Okay, with that, we do have a resolution that's coming before the council today, Law and Order Code Title I. It's on the general provisions. Is there any more questions, comments? Before anybody,
Chairman, I do. Well, you mentioned that resolution for that, but also, I'm not sure if council wants to adopt the independent and separate. I know I left that resolution with Nikki, and all those have been reviewed by legal department. So if that's gonna be a part of it, Nikki does have that resolution. Thank you.
thank you. It's not in the packet, so we already approved our agenda for today. So all we're addressing today
Okay.
is this general provisions.
Okay.
I just wanted to make a comment pertaining to law. Tribal law is the priority, the Ute-Mountain Ute Tribal Law and Order Code, and then CFR, and then the state. That's how we do it in order. If there's nothing in the tribal law, then we go to CFR. If CFR doesn't have it, then it goes to the state laws. That's kind of how it goes. But tribes have the opportunity to match or exceed the law that's being proposed. So if you see something that's in the federal law or CFR code and you want to make it better to meet the needs of culture and tradition, we as a tribe can do that. And that's why the elder committee can say, okay, let's add this provision in pertaining to this. And that goes to this in 1-107 tribal customs and traditions. That is included in here. So that's us taking the lead in that. So you can match or exceed. And that's what we're doing, is exceeding and adding in the traditional and customs and traditions in here. So that's what this is about, is to really help us to move forward, to understand how we're moving forward. We did adopt the children's code, the elders code, and there's many more that's going to be coming down through the tribal law and order code. New ones that are coming in, or amendments to any of them to change it in the best interest of the tribe. So always looking toward a better tribal law and order code as we move forward, as that's the priority that the courts will follow. So with that, that's just my comments. Is there anything else, council members? If not, I'm seeing none. Is there a motion to go ahead and move forward with this tribal court general provision code, law and order code, Title I?
Chairman, if there's no more comments, questions, I'd like to make a motion.
There is a motion. Is there a second? There's a second. Motion was by Secretary Jacket, second by Councilman Lehigh. Call for the vote. Secretary?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Treasurer?
Yes.
Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Councilman Jacket?
Yeah.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 6-5-0. Thank you, council members. Your next one, Mr. Cole?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. The next one is the criminal code. I'd like to, I'm going to highlight the things that are new based on recommendations that council has made in the past, particularly when we had conversations about the firearm code. I would like to mention that the firearm code has been adopted. It's part of the criminal code. It was adopted separately on its own resolution. And should council decide to move ahead and adopt the criminal code, the firearm code will be incorporated into the criminal code. But right now, that stands alone, and that's already been adopted by resolution. So in terms of some feedback we had and direction we had from council in modifying or updating the criminal code, a lot of it is just bringing the language and the logic and the flow of the code up to current standards, which we've done. The other thing that we've done is we had conversations, and I think it was Councilman Jackett who wanted to make sure that when we have people that come into court repeatedly with the same offense over and over and over again, and they look at it and they say, well, I'm just going to do 30 days, so I'm not really going to change my behavior. I'm going to continue to engage in the behavior that's got me into trouble in the past. Based on that, we have added in section 11 under sentencing, there is now section 3-11-105, and that's a habitual misdemeanor and petty offense offender, which means that we can now, if you have somebody who is a repeat offender of the same offense, they're not a minor, and they come into court as a separate charge, the court can now double the sentence. So the misdemeanor was 364 days and up to $1,000 in fines if you were convicted of a misdemeanor. Now, if you are in addition convicted of being a habitual offender, you can double the sentences. And that was based on the recommendation we had during our conversation with the firearm code. So that's a new provision, 3-11-105. The other modification is 3-11-103 under probation. That indicates that the court has authority over conditions in terms of probation. And again, that was based on things that occurred during the budget process where a probation officer was placed back under the jurisdiction of the court. The criminal code now provides that the court has authority over probation, which was, I think in the past, the practice was that the court did have authority over. It just wasn't in writing in the code, and now it is. The other section that's new is section 10, tribal traffic code. And what this now says is the tribe is going to adopt the Colorado Model Traffic Code. The last revision to the Model Traffic Code in Colorado was 2024. That's adopted if the council moves ahead and adopts the criminal code. It also references that the traffic violation penalty provisions would follow the criminal code as adopted by council. And that, why I referenced that earlier when we were talking about general provisions, is that the model traffic code is revised quite often. And instead of going through a very complicated amendment process of amending the code, if it's simply an update to the model traffic code, the general counsel's office can do that without going through and amending the entire law and order code. Those are the things that are new, other than updating the language and making sure everything is consistent with what council wanted based on previous conversations. I'd be happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Councilman Lehigh.
I got a question. I know a while back there was a group that came in front of council talking about tribal offenses or any kind of offenses that would be erased. I can't remember what it was called. How do you guys deal with that when that happens?
Offenses that deal with what?
Say
Expunging.
Yeah.
Expunging.
Oh, expunging. Well, honestly, I haven't looked at that. That wouldn't necessarily be part of what's being asked for you to adopt today. Maybe Priscilla can address expungement. I know that other provisions need to be updated and we're moving ahead with putting that in process. Priscilla?
Yes. Hello?
Councilman Lehigh was asking about expungement.
Oh, go ahead, I can't barely hear you, but go ahead.
Councilman Lehigh was asking about how the court deals with expungement. It matters.
Well, if they, with expungement, what happens is, they can file a petition with the court, but it's really up to the judge if they expunge a case or not. Because they gotta look at the charges, they gotta look at the, what's in the petition, the reason why. So it has to be filed by petition with the court. And then it's up to the judge if it's expunged or not.
So would that just be in the tribal courts, or could you do it in the state courts too?
You could,
Well, it would just be tribal courts. If you want to do it with the state, then you would have to go through the state process.
Is that not, thank you, Joanne.
yeah, jurisdiction, if you had a state offense, you'd have to expunge in state court. If you have a tribal offense,
Yeah,
either
that's
under the
correct.
tribal code or the CFR code as applied by tribal court, you would file your petition for expungement with the tribal court.
Through the state of Utah, they passed legislation for expungement. So there is a process in the state of Utah that was passed by their legislative body. State of Colorado hasn't got nothing like that, but I know Utah has something for that, just for state convictions and stuff. But the one that you're asking about on tribal court, that's just for tribal stuff. So each law, whether it's state, tribal, or federal, all have a different process. Any other questions, comments, council members? Secretary?
Thank you, Priscilla. I just like to bring this up.
You're welcome.
This code just didn't happen. Here earlier in the year, I believe it was myself and Chairman, we were at the casino. We invited all the departments, the judges and everybody to have their input on the law and order code. So it was a process. It was something that has been in the works and needed to be updated too. And I also say that we need to update our hunting agreement too, our hunting compact with the state. So that one's next, because there's a lot of violations going on, and we really need to self-regulate ourselves. Because if we don't, the government can come in and say you're not doing your job, you're not doing your due diligence here. We're gonna put some restrictions on you. So we gotta do that. We gotta self-regulate ourselves. So Chairman, Council, those are my comments.
Thank you. Secretary, any other comments, council members? I did want to just put on a future discussion, maybe something for under the offenses against administration of government, something about social media. Just trying to protect the council members and what's going on social media. Going to section 10 of Tribal Traffic Code, now that we did adopt the Colorado Traffic Law and Order Code as a tribe, but we don't report to the state on DUIs. Is that something forthcoming?
There was a discussion when we were asked to have the Law and Order Committee, and there was a discussion, and I think Councilman Whiteman and Councilman Lehigh were at that meeting, and the consensus was that we should move forward with reporting, establishing, it should work both ways. But the example is you have somebody who commits 5 DUIs on the reservation, and they go into Montezuma County and they get arrested for DUI. If they had that history, they could treat that much more seriously, but because they don't have that history, they treat it as a first offense.
Yeah. And I just bring that up because maybe in the future sometime, this tribe, Ute Mountain Ute tribe, might become a wet reservation. Right now, we're a dry reservation, and based on recommendations from our community members, is how we're going to move forward if it's something that could bring revenue, but at the same time create laws and legislation that oversee and have oversight of DUIs or other things that pertain to substance abuse. So that's something that's forthcoming into the future, next administration. I also kind of want to go off what Councilman Lehigh mentioned And I know that the secretaries also mentioned is statute of limitations on certain offenses. Right now, we have a lot of tribal members going through day labor, but they really can't move forward because there's some things that pertain to maybe a traffic code or maybe some other offenses. There needs to be something created by the council with the support of the elders on a statute of limitations. So that way they can start to apply for driver license. They can start to look at becoming more self-sufficient and not always depend on the day labor program, but helping them to move into the job area to create some jobs for them so that they have some type of career. So something to maybe think about in helping our tribal members to become model citizens of the tribe. So just thinking of it in that way. So any other comments, council members? With that, this resolution comes before you today. It's on page 107, the Law and Order Code, Title III, Criminal Code on the judicial system. Any action to move forward with this as being presented today? There's a motion. Is there a second? There's a second. Motion was by Councilman Knight, second by Secretary Jacket. Call for the vote. Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Secretary?
Yes.
Treasurer?
Yes.
Councilman Jacket? Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Any oppositions? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 6-5-0. Thank you, council members. Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to Priscilla. You have 5 resolutions coming before the council today. I think Nikki will take the lead. And I think they start on page 60.
Okay, Priscilla, are you still there? Okay, well, hopefully she'll be able to join to answer any questions, but I did go over these with her. She had legal review them prior to bringing them to council. So the first one, there's several attorney contracts that are up in the court. They all expired at the end of September. So she's just bringing these contracts back before council for approval. The first one on page 60 is approval for the attorney contract with the alternate defense counsel. So this person only takes criminal matters if there's a conflict with the main public defender handling the cases. And so the alternate defense counsel is with Peter Odergo. It is for 1 year. And it pays $80 per hour. And it has an amount it cannot exceed, which is $40,000 for the year. And again, this person represents the conflicts with the public defender.
Okay, any questions, comments, council members? This is for Mr. Ortego. He's only an alternate in case of a conflict. There is a budget set aside for $40,000 for the year. If he doesn't use it, then he can go back into the general fund as we get to the end of the fiscal year. It is from October 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026. Any more questions or comments on this contract coming before you today? Councilman Knight?
Hi, Nikki. So it says 1, 2, 3, 4, whereas that $25,000 is allocated, but then it can't exceed 40,000, right? So he can go up to 40, but it's only allocated 25,000.
I'm trying to see. Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not clear. Priscilla, are you on? I don't know if that is leftover from the previous contract. I know they did increase it. It was, I believe, at $70 an hour. It went up to $80. I'm not sure what the $25,000 is referencing.
Secretary, oh, were you done?
That's also the second contract. It's not that same writing. That mistake on all of them?
Let me,
Chair, can I make a recommendation?
Yes.
Table it, and if she needs it done ASAP to have
polling. Yeah, because I can't answer the funding part.
Not here.
Yeah, so I apologize.
Okay, so the recommendation coming from Councilwoman Knight is to table this one. Are you guys in consensus? Secretary?
Yes.
Councilman Jacket? Councilman Lehigh? Treasurer, are you also in consensus?
Yes.
Okay, we'll table this one. Okay, your next one?
I would ask to table this one as well as the secretary mentioned, it contains the same $25,000 and then has a different amount in the next paragraph.
This one is for Thomas Showman?
Yes, he is the public defender for the CFR court. He's currently the public defender and then he put in to remain as the public defender.
Okay, there is also a recommendation from the secretary to table this one. Councilman Jacket, you consensus? Councilman Lehigh, Councilman Knight? Treasurer? To table this next one for Thomas Showman's contract?
Yes.
Okay, have consensus to table number 2 too. Your next one?
The next one is an attorney contract for the presenting officer for the Social Services Department, and that is with Robert Cole. And it would be from October 1st to September 30th of 2026 for 1 year. Mr. Cole's been before you. He's been with the court now 2 years? 2 years, or not, with Social Services for 2 years. And so he's just indicating he wants to renew his contract as well. And I do see a mistake, but he would be compensated at $80. It says 70 and then 80. It's $80. I do know that. And then it will not exceed $80,000 for the year.
Okay, any questions, council members?
And just if I could say something, Chairman?
Go ahead.
There's been some confusion with Mr. Cole's role in the past. It's been indicated that he should take a more active stance in working with the individuals and the families. That is not Mr. Cole's role. He is the presenting officer for social services. So he works with the caseworker, and then in the past, he has worked with family because of the shortage of staff over at social services. But I just wanted to clarify his role as the attorney for social services.
Okay.
Go ahead. Oh, and truancy. I apologize.
I was just about to say, does he work with the truancy?
Yes.
Okay, any more questions, comment?
So
Councilman?
It's not really representing the case.
No, he represents the cases through the social services side of it.
Not the individual.
No.
What was the total for the years? Oh, 80,000.
80,000.
Okay. All right, any other questions, comments, council members? This comes before you today is the approval for the attorney contract for presenting officer services with Robert Cole from October 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026. He works with the truancy department and the social service, $80 an hour, not to exceed 80,000 for the year. Any other questions, comments, council members? Seeing and hearing none, Is there any action to move forward with this contract with Mr. Cole? There is a motion. There's a second. There's a second. Motion was by Secretary Jacket, second by Treasurer Whiteman. Call for the vote. Secretary?
Yes.
Treasurer?
Yes.
Councilman Knight?
Yes, with the revised resolution.
Thank you for that. Councilman Jacket?
Yeah.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes. Change.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 6-5-0. Thank you, council members. Your next one?
The next one is on page 84, and that is an approval of attorney contract for consulting services with Rebecca Robinson. And what Ms. Robinson provides is she, for the last year, has worked on revising, updating the codes. And so she would like to continue in that role. And so she worked with another attorney, I cannot remember her name. The other attorney has chosen not to move forward with another year of assisting with writing the codes, but Ms. Robinson has, and she does meet with Priscilla, with Mr. Cole, with myself. She's met with counsel in the past on her drafts. And so again, this would be to continue updating the codes moving forward. It would be for 1 year from October 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026. And the funding, I believe, does come from the BIA. It will be she is compensated at a rate of $90 per hour, and is not to exceed $90,000 for the year.
Okay. Any questions, council members? So this is a contract that comes before the council today for Rebecca Robinson. She did help us with some recent new codes that came in, and we did approve some of them through resolutions. This will continue the services from October 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026, 1 year. And this funding comes out of the BIA funds, federal funds. And this is at $90 an hour, not to exceed $90,000 for the year. If there's no more questions or comments, do you wish to move forward with this as an action item for today for this contract? There is a motion. Is there a second? I'm going to go ahead and take Councilman Jackett's second. There was a motion by Secretary Jacket, second by Councilwoman Jacket. I'm going to call for the vote. Secretary?
Yes.
Councilman Jacket?
Yeah.
Treasurer?
Yeah.
Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 6-5-0. Thank you, council members. The next one.
The next one is again a contract with is approval of attorney contract for guardian ad litem services with Rebecca Pescador. Ms. Pescador has previously acted in this role as a guardian ad litem. For those of you not familiar, the guardian ad litem is appointed by the court to represent the child in either divorce and or social services matter, I believe. And so she's asking to continue in this role. The contract would be for 1 year from October 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026. And she is paid
at the rate of $70 per hour, and the contract cannot exceed 70,000 for the year. There's also, of that 70,000, 10,000 is set aside for an alternate guardian ad litem in case Ms. Pescador has a conflict.
Okay, any questions, comments, council members? The resolution is on page 91. Okay, the approval of the attorney contract for guardian ad litem services with Rebecca Pescador from October 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026. Down to $70 an hour, not to exceed 70,000 for the year. It's a 1-year contract. Any questions, comments? Seeing and hearing none, is there any action to move forward with this contract?
Just a quick
Comment?
I'm interested in like meeting her since she does represent the children. So just maybe if she'd want to come in when she has time or come
Okay,
to the office.
I'll let Priscilla know that and she can work that out, getting her before council.
Thank you. Also agree that pretty much most of the attorneys that are contracted and passed today, if they would just come in and just introduce themselves so that they all know and they can ask questions or comments to them about how things are moving forward, especially with the last contract we did on Rebecca Robinson and how we're going to be moving forward in introducing new codes or amendments to the Tribal Law and Order Code. So that would be good. But Robert Cole is always here. He's good. Everybody gets to know him. They get to ask questions for him. But the other ones too, the two that we didn't address earlier. So the recommendation from Councilwoman Knight is a good recommendation. Okay, with that, if there is no more questions or comments, seeing and hearing none, this contract comes before you today for Rebecca Pescador. Is there any action to move forward with this contract for 1 year?
Here, I make a motion.
There is a motion. Is there a second? There's a second. Motion was by Councilman Knight, second by Councilman Jacket. Call for the vote. Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jacket?
Yes.
Treasurer?
Yeah.
Secretary?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 650. Thank you, council members. That conclude all of our contracts.
I do believe it does, and I will get with Ms. Blackhawk on the 2 pollings.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, council.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next agenda item under new business, environmental. Scott, I just seen him here. Can you give him a call? So whoever's on deck, please notify them and let them know that they're up. As executive director, acting.
One cup so I can get it.
Please come on up, introduce yourself for the record.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members
Morning.
of the council, executive staff. I'm Scott Clough, Environmental Programs Director. I have another handout here for you.
Thank you.
So the reason I'm here today is we've identified a potential funding mechanism through a grant from the Bureau of Reclamation, Native American Affairs Branch, to support a design for an economic development water pipeline. And the map I just handed you shows we're working right now with Souter Miller Associates on a feasibility study for this project and a preliminary engineering report. And so what we're trying to do is get water out to close to Four Corners, down to the intersection of Highway 41 and 160, where we could use it for a variety of projects related to using some of the renewable energy we're going to be generating here for projects on the reservation. So this is planned to be water above and beyond the municipal and industrial water the tribe already has through the Colorado Ute Indian Water Rights Settlement. This would be water that we would purchase in perpetuity for economic development, municipal and industrial. If the tribe was ever to run short using all of its 1,000 acre feet of municipal industrial from the actual consent decree, they could use this water for, you could use this water, excuse me, for municipal purposes. But the intention really on this is to get treated water out to that area on that part of the reservation for economic development. So this grant has a deadline at the end of the month here, and there is no cost share match required for the grant. So what we're looking for today, there's a resolution in your packets to support us applying for the grant, see if we can get this money to work on an actual design for this pipeline. One other note, on the map I handed out, you can see that the start of the pipeline is envisioned to be the rodeo grounds on the south end of town on the 201 road. The reason for that is there's an 8-inch line currently that we could tie into that provides water for that community, that rodeo grounds housing development. The pipeline for this economic development would be larger than 8 inches for sure, because we're looking at up to 2,000 acre feet of water, approximately twice what you currently have for M&I for Toyo. So we're working on this design, figuring out how big of a pipeline, whether we'd need to pump it to get it up over the hill and down to the point of use, and a few other details. But if you're wondering on the map why it says rodeo grounds as the start, that's why. Is that we already have, that's basically the, with the exception of the Mancus Creek water line, that's the most water we have at the south end of town. As an alternative, we could pipe water south along the highway, and then from the end of the 201 road out past there. That's also something that's being considered to basically bypass the water storage and treatment here in town with this extra M&I water.
Okay, any questions, comments, council members? Secretary?
Thank you, Chairman. How many miles are you thinking of this will be, Scott?
Approximately 20.
20, and that's where you're saying it's going to go all the way down to, start from the rodeo grounds, go toward Farmer Ranch, and then hit that intersection, right?
Right.
Okay, and then you said possibly getting another line to make this farm, right? Is that
No, not as part of this project, no.
okay? Is that possible to get a water line down there to the farm?
The Mancus Creek Farm?
Yes.
Well, anything's possible, but we're talking about municipal and industrial water, not irrigation water.
Okay. Okay. All right. And you said there's no match, right?
No match for the grant.
Okay then. The application process, I was looking at that. How long would you envision that would be?
We need to get working on it pretty soon because it's due at the end of the month, so yeah.
Is this a competitive grant?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Chairman, those are my comments.
Thank you. Any other comments, council members? I just kind of want to go back to your earlier comment, council member. We do have municipal water going down to Mancos Creek that goes along by Thriftway and cuts over to Chimney Rock and then down to the houses down there. At one time, we did think about putting a water line over to Mancos Creek Farm, and there was a water line there, but it got washed out. So that line is no longer there going over to the farm itself for municipal use. Right now, that farm is on an aquifer, so it does have a pump down there where it pumps out for the farm itself, and that's how it used to be a long time ago. I don't think they even have a pump down there anymore for that. But the ag use side of it, it comes out of Mancos Creek where that canal is. That's what feeds the ag use for the farm when it was growing hay, and we did upgrade the irrigation ditch. It's just creating a reservoir down there that would hold a bigger reservoir to utilize the water for irrigation, but very limited on how much water is coming down Mancos Creek. Any other questions, council members? Councilman Lehigh?
Scott, that where it cuts across, where's that at? How far down on 491? See where it stops there and then goes back across toward 160. Is that on the road or?
The middle one there, the middle
Yeah.
line? Yeah, that basically follows where there's a livestock pipeline. And that's, the southern part of that is where we're planning to extend the livestock pipeline for construction water for the Sun Bear Solar Project. So early on in this planning process, we looked at potential point of use down at the southern end of that middle line at the Sun Bear project, but for a couple reasons, we're looking at a further west point of use, really to get the water out there to the western part.
I can just add on to Scott's, that road that comes down from the road that goes to Farm and Ranch and it goes all the way to the highway, and they got it fenced off down by the highway. That's where this blue line would be.
The middle one?
Yeah, the middle one.
Okay.
That's follows that road all the way down that way to the highway, but they did close it off at the highway when we were in COVID, so nobody uses that road anymore, but it would follow that same road all the way because it's cleared all the way. The red one kind of goes by 6,000 block, right through 6,000 block, and then all the way down to the intersection that goes to Annette, and the other one goes to Four Corners. That's the ultimate point we want to get it to, is that intersection down there. So we're looking at the solar project for Sun Bear and also MS1. And you look at the green hydrogen project, which is kind of something we've been looking at too. The other option, if it comes down to it, is the shepherding. If we ever do a release out of Lake Nighthorse and it goes into Animas, back into Animas, San Juan, come back in at the very corner of Colorado, then it would have a pump and it would come up to this very same point, the intersection that goes to Annette and the other one to Four Corners. Then you can develop a little bit more at Four Corners. Some of the plans have come out on that. So either way, if we look at the shepherding or just creating this water line, it would benefit the tribe in the long run down the road. But the ultimate is to get it to that point where that intersection is. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, any other questions, comments, council members?
The intersection is right by where Four Corners.
That's the one that goes to Annette,
Uh-huh,
and then the one that goes to Four Corners, Uruuate.
uh-huh. And then that's where it stops.
Yeah, that's where they can develop it more.
More.
It'll get it to that point so you can develop it more. Any other questions, council members? Okay, this does come before you. It is on page 153 in your packet. It is an action item. It's a United States Bureau Reclamation Technical Assistance Grant for fiscal year 25 for economic development. Is that correct? 25 or 26?
Well, it's 25 money, but it's, yeah, it would go into next year for if it's awarded.
Okay, and this is just for design.
Correct, yeah. We've got the initial feasibility going on now, and that's actually going to carry over into springtime, but this is the actual design.
Okay. All right, with that, this comes before you today, council members. Is there any action to move forward with this?
Make motion, Chairman. There's no questions.
There is a motion. Is there a second? There's a second. Motion was by Councilman Lehigh, second by Councilwoman Knight. Call for the vote. Councilman Lehigh,
Yes.
Councilman Knight,
Yes.
Treasurer,
Yes.
Secretary,
Yes.
Councilman Jacket.
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 650. Thank you, council members. You have one more agenda item?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, other one on the Affairs Branch for the discussion on Desiree?
Nope, they decided that they'd bump that and come back.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Appreciate
you.
your support.
all right, we'll go ahead and move to the next agenda item under new business. Tribal Energy, please come on up, introduce yourself for the record. Thank you, Scott.
Good morning, Chairman, council members, executive staff. I'm David Ballou, the Tribal Energy Administration.
Okay, you do have 4 agenda items, or 3, I'm sorry, 3. So go ahead and then start your new one with the permit, the sand gravel.
Yeah, the first one is the renewal of the Wabaunisha Construction Authority sand and gravel lease. It includes the BIA permit to operate as well as the tribe and WCA lease. What I kind of created for everybody was a summary of what was being changed in the agreement, so you guys would be aware of anything that we need to discuss. We did increase the term of the agreement from 5 years to 10 years. We reduced the royalty rate from 7.5% to 5.5%. In talking with Wabaunisha Construction Authority, they felt that over the last 5 years of the agreement, the higher royalty rate combined with a large amount of crushed road base made it a little bit difficult for them to be competitive in bids. They estimate that they lost nearly $6 million in the last 5 years on bids, and that a 5.5% royalty rate would make them more competitive. We did include an escalator, however. If the budgeted profits of the aggregate division of Wabaunisha Construction Authority exceed 150% during the year, the royalty rate will be increased to 7.5% retroactive for the full year. We also reduced the amount of crushed road base annually for the tribe from 8,000 tons to 5,000 tons. We did indicate in the event of a notice to terminate, the permittee, Wabaunisha Construction Authority, will retain the right to continue to access the premise for a period of not less than 24 months to load and haul any aggregate processed product. As they have labor and as they have opportunity, they will process aggregate material, and they could basically foreseeably have a lot of inventory. So they wanted that right to continue to administer any contracts that might be in place. And then we matched that 24-month period to also address the removal of buildings and reclamation to allow the use of scales, scale control house, and some loaders that to load and weigh any process aggregates. We also added a section 18, removal of buildings and reclamation that environmental department something similar that they include in oil and gas lease agreements. We added that to the lease agreement. Any questions?
Any questions, council members? How many gravel pits do we have?
We operate two. There's the Toyac pit located in Montezuma County. And then there's the Weminuche pit number 4, which is what they call the Four Corners pit. It's also Montezuma County, but really right next to the San Juan River at Four Corners location. I would say that Four Corners pit, my understanding is a lot more of the processing of aggregate happens there to support construction projects than what happens here in the Toyac.
Also wanted to mention to the council, just if you go north of Woody's a little bit and County Road A comes back onto the tribal reservation, it is fee land. There used to be a gravel pit operation there too, a long time ago. It could still be developed if they wish to do that, but that's something for economic development or for energy department or legal to kind of take a look at if they ever want to do more aggregate. Because right now, based on the royalty payment rate of 5.5, I think it might be beneficial to the tribe to get as much revenue coming back to the tribe, and something to look at as we're trying to create new revenue that's coming in. And aggregate has been really beneficial to the tribe, especially the Four Corners pit. And Arizona's been asking a lot of gravel for some of their highways for ADOT. UDOT has that project going on in Montezuma Creek. They've been looking for some aggregate down there. But CDOT has also looked at it, and also New Mexico Department of Transportation. So as we start to look at road projects for base, I think it's really good. But also looking at our residential driveways, we've been talking about it for a while to try to re-gravel some of these, as we've been getting a lot of precipitation in the last week or two, and some of these gravel driveways need to be re-crowned and put in a new base, as not only for Toyac but for White Mesa too. So just something to think about as you guys make some recommendations. So based on that, is there any recommendations that came from the Minerals Committee? Is this through the Minerals Committee or Energy?
Yeah, we did discuss it through the Minerals Committee.
And the recommendation that came from that, Councilman Secretary?
Yes.
You're in favor? Okay. Any other questions, council members? Go ahead,
So
Councilman.
the gravel, are tribal members able to use that gravel?
Yes.
So we can get some, haul some if we need to?
Yes, we can. There's a pit, there's a pile outside of the fence line up here at this gravel pit. So anybody from a tribal member, if they want to come and get gravel, they can. You can make arrangements with Resource Department or Public Works, because they have sometimes a dump truck or even that little one that they pull behind the pickup, and they can deliver some. So them two departments can deliver some to
Okay,
tribal
so
members.
The site is where, up here by,
Up here behind the houses, the housing,
okay,
because that's the north pit for gravel, and they put it outside of the fenced in, because inside is more for Weminuche to use. The one on the outside is for tribal members. They can get as much as they want out of there. And that's what we set aside in disagreement, to have some always for the tribal members. Any other questions, comments? I would like to just see if there's a way that we can move some gravel over to White Mesa and identify an area to put a little place that they can access it. They hardly get any gravel. We have to always purchase it from somebody over there locally. Is that correct, Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
So if we can get some over there, because they too have the same opportunity to access the gravel, if we can just find a place to pile it, and then they can come and get some for their driveways down there. Any other questions, comments, council members? Okay, seeing and hearing none, this resolution comes before you today. It's on page 180. And it's for approving the sand and gravel permit and lease for the gravel products with Weemanooch Construction Authority at the Toyac North Pit and the Four Corners Pit. Any,
No comments?
okay, there is a motion. Is there a second? There is a second. Motion was by Secretary Jacket, second by Councilman Lehigh. Call for the vote. Secretary?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Treasurer?
Yes.
Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Councilman Jacket?
Yeah.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 650. Thank you, council members. Your next agenda item?
The next agenda item is the approval of the Mossman Helium Mineral Development Agreement. We originally executed a mineral development agreement in January of this year. The project proponent, Mossman, has gone through an environmental assessment. That's been reviewed by the Environmental Department, TIPO, the BIA, and the BIA has issued their notice of intent to approve the mineral development agreement. But they did have some comments and recommendations for the agreement to make it more complete, make it more readable, make it improve its clarity. So in your packet is the comments, recommendations, tribal responses to those recommendations and comments. Mossman and the Energy Department did review all of those. We did change some definitions. We made it more readable. Nothing in the mineral development agreement regarding royalty, tribal taxes, acreage.
Hang on. Council members, it's on page 225. Go
No
ahead.
commercial terms in the mineral development have changed. It's just definitions and changes pointing to CFRs, pointing to regulations to make it more concise and more readable. This was reviewed by the Minerals Development Agreement, and it was recommended that we bring this final Mineral Development Agreement form to council so it can be approved, and then go to the Bureau of Indian Affairs for the Secretary of Interior to approve. This would allow Mossman Helium to start their exploration activities on the new acreage.
Thank you for that, Mr. Baloo. Any questions, comments, council members? Secretary?
I just did go to the minerals.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, council members? Just recognizing helium on the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation, there is a processing plant over in Utah, I think by Aneth or somewhere over there. They don't get a whole lot of that going through that process. This would probably help out that processing plant coming from Ute Mountain to keep them viable. Something that you would have to negotiate down the road on how this helium gas will be separated and then used as an income coming in for the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. We do have helium here. It is something that is needed in different areas, so it is something that's positive for the Ute Mountain Ute tribe as we start to look at helium development. So with that, council members, any other questions on page 225 resolution approving the mineral development agreement with Mossman Helium LLC? Okay, there is a motion. There's a second. Motion was by Secretary Jacket, second by Councilman Knight. Call for the vote. Secretary? Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Treasurer?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jacket? Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 650. Thank you, council members.
Yeah, thank you. This is exciting.
The next agenda item?
The next agenda item is a strategy to
285.
set bond amounts for oil and gas leases on Ute Mountain Ute lands. I think we all would agree historically, bonding amounts by the federal agencies have been low and haven't been adequate to address the financial risk of companies extracting oil and gas reserves from tribal lands. So I wanted to look at how I can develop a strategy to evaluate these companies, evaluate the risk, and set and recommend bond amounts to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So why do we have bonds for oil and gas operators? Bonds serve as a financial guarantee or insurance that the lessee will meet their obligations under the lease. Some of these obligations are compliance, adhering to royalty, revenue, and other lease requirements, covering the cost of their operation, maintenance, repair, and installation of improvements to maintain safe, environmental, responsible operations. It also includes, when the lease is terminated, the reclamation, restoration of the leased premises, the surface, returning the land to a beneficial use. So in the case of any operator going bankrupt, the bond is that insurance that the tribe can access in order to repair or plug wells and address environmental damage that was done during the operations. So the sort of things that can affect the cost to plug and reclaim an oil well site, plugging and reclamation and reclaiming the surface around the well, which may be done for aesthetic, environmental, or job creation reasons, represents medium costs of around $75,000. The BLM estimates the average cost to taxpayers is $71,000. So we're in that ballpark for a well that has to be plugged and reclaimed. Deeper wells can cost more to plug. There's more pipeline. Cost of plugging wells goes up with the age of a well. As casing deteriorates, as cement bonds deteriorate, a well 40 to 60 years old could be 9% more expensive, and wells younger wells cost less to plug. Natural gas wells are 90% more expensive to plug than oil wells because we're dealing with a pressure environment, and the Ute Mountain Ute tribe by far has more gas wells than oil wells. So I called all our operators. I had a conversation with all of them on what the current bond amounts are that they carry. And they vary mostly by the total number of wells that they operate. All companies carry a BIA approved bond. Most companies also carry a New Mexico plugging bond. This is through the New Mexico Office of Conservation Division. I did some digging about these plugging bonds, and they are only applicable to state and private lands. They do not have any jurisdiction on tribal lands. So they don't really benefit the tribe. These companies carry them because the state of New Mexico requires them to carry them on wells they have on New Mexico land, but it doesn't benefit the tribe. So I kind of have to take that out of the equation on what's the risk to the tribe. I reviewed federal and state bonding regulations and just want to reemphasize the New Mexico Oil Conservation Division that requires companies in New Mexico to carry a blanket plugging bond. Those funds are only applicable to state or private wells, not federal or tribal wells. Now, there are some stories I've heard from the OCD where they have plugged some wells on tribal lands. I'm trying to find out, why did those happen? Why did they release funds for that? But right now I'm working from the understanding that they are not going to be applicable to our lands. So there's a broad range of minimum bonding amounts required. Under the BIA, a single lease bond is $75,000. The BLM, it's $150,000. Statewide or nationwide bonds, BIA again has a $75,000 to $150,000 range, and a BLM is a $500,000 range. So even the federal agencies are not aligned with the same sort of assessment of what the risk could be. So in setting and determining a new bond amount, I came up with a methodology that looks at the financial health of the operator. Is it poor, fair to good? What's their compliance environmentally? Or do they keep their well sites clean? Do they have spills? Do they maintain their equipment? What's the life cycle of the wells? Are they early, 1 to 20 years old? Are they midlife, 21 to 39 years? Are they late stage, 40 or more years old? And then something really important, I looked at the ratio of marginal wells to the total wells. A marginal well is defined as a well that produces less than 100 barrels of oil in a month or 1,000 MCF of gas in a month. What this means is the revenue coming from that well may not be sufficient to cover all their obligations in terms of environmental compliance, repairs for the equipment, or set aside enough money to plug and reclaim the well site. So the evaluation of a bond risk is weighted to the financial health, their ability to pay, do they have money, and the marginal well ratio. How many of the wells do they operate that are marginal? So here's an example of walking through with a company that we all know the story, Bahia Operating. The operating company probably seemed to be financially sound at the time the tribe and the BI granted them a lease. The company took over operatorship of 50 wells, but 40 of those 50 I would consider to be marginal in this 100 barrels per month sort of production level. All of them were old wells. They were late life cycle stage wells. The BIA approved a $150,000 nationwide bond for Bahia Operating. That amounts to $3,000 of financial assurance per well. Well, the BLM is somewhere between $71,000 and $75,000 to plug and reclaim a well. $3,000 per well seems a little light. So Bahia Operating unfortunately went bankrupt. They left the tribe with a $150,000 bond to address the eventual decommissioning and significant number of orphan wells left on tribal lands. It really wasn't sufficient for the risk. So using the methodology that I developed in looking at their financial health, I would evaluate them at a high risk. But I'm not sure we knew that at the time, but we should have asked for financials. We should have asked for some sort of review to see if they were capable to assume the ownership of so many wells. Environmental compliance, based on evidence, was poor. They had a lot of leaks, they had a lot of spills, they had a lot of issues. The marginal well ratio is 80% of all the wells they operated, so extremely high well ratio of marginal wells. So the BIA bond would have suggested a $450,000 bond, kind of working through the methodology. The BLM would have set a $700,000. Much better bonding than what the tribe actually received from the BIA. But if we really look at the cost of those 40 marginal wells, $75,000 per well, we would have said it could have cost $3 million if, in a worst case scenario, we would have had to plug all 40 of those wells and reclaim the site. So my recommendation, if this was happening today, would be let's look at 60 to 70% of all that risk being addressed with a bond. So a $2 million bond probably would have been a good starting point for Bahia if we would have had this methodology in place. But the risk analysis is not designed to generate a firm bond amount, but to guide the tribe in establishing a reasonable bond amount based upon measurable criteria: financial health, environmental compliance, life cycle of the wells, and the marginal well ratio. Had the tribe asked for a $2 million bond back when Bahia was looking at taking ownership of these wells, we would have had at least a very spirited discussion with Baya and would have gotten down to the root of, could they afford that? Was that reasonable? And maybe we would have either found a better operator or we would have a better assurance in place. So some considerations on increasing bond amounts is a higher bond amount is going to take away working capital from an operator. These funds are directly subtracted from the working capital that they would use to grow production, repair wells, cut down weeds, improve roads. Operators with poor financial performance may not have the adequate capital for bonds. But that higher risk of default means we need higher bonds to protect the tribe. And small single well operators with marginal wells are at a higher risk of leaving the tribe with an orphan well if they financially default. On the plus side is we now have Ute Mountain Energy. They have the capability of taking over an orphan well and operating it if a company does default. So there's a relationship between the total number of wells operated, the percent that are marginal wells, and the bond amount that's required. If 30% or more of the wells operated are marginal, then I think there's some risk to revenues and the operating costs compared to the revenues, and that risk is higher, reducing the economic performance of the operator. Financial health of the operator and the ratio of marginal wells are the primary risk drivers for setting bond amounts. So what I would like to achieve here is to approve the tribal resolution that gives the tribe the right to evaluate and set bond amounts, send those over to the BIA for approval. I've heard stories in the past that even though the tribe has recommended bond amounts to the BIA, in discussions with the BIA and BLM, they were deemed to be sufficient. So I know there's resolutions passed it previous that gives the tribe a right to set a tribal bond amount. If we're not able to get a increased bond approved by the BLM and BIA, we can fall back on that right for the tribe to set our own tribal bond amounts. Once this resolution is approved, I want to send a letter to all the operators, basically telling them that the Tribal Energy Administration is going to be reviewing their bond amounts and that we may be recommending, I think in all cases, we will be recommending higher bond amounts. We'll have a discussion about their financial ability to afford bonds, their plans for plugging and abandoning marginal wells they have today, and then we'll either implement higher bonds or we'll have to take a hard look with these operators. Are they the right operators to have on tribal lands? So what sort of questions might you guys have about my plan?
Okay, at this time, I want to open it up to council members, and then I'd like to get a legal discussion going, Megan. But let me see if council has any questions, comments. Secretary?
Chairman, David was listening in on our last council meeting. It was about you saying about bonds. So David went and took it upon himself, and I like this. This is like something we should have been done a long time ago, especially evaluating these companies, seeing if they're financially stable, environmental compliance, and especially what is the life cycle of these wells? Do we plug them or what goes on? And this will definitely help out, especially with Ute Energy. The Ute Energy we can get up, and as David said, maybe we can see which wells are active and what we can produce on our side. So thank you, David. Thank you for this. You very much got my support. Chairman, Council.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councilman Leon?
So on the bond, did you say we're at 70?
So my recommendation is we kind of look at the marginal wells, and like I said, this will be a discussion with the company. You know, what's their plan to address their marginal wells? Do they have a program in place that they'll be bringing those offline, plugging them, and doing reclamation? If they don't have a plan, I'd kind of like to see the tribe have a bond in place that addresses around that 70% of those marginal wells, because if they go out of business, we can address most of the marginal wells. You know, I don't think we necessarily need a company to be 100% covering all their marginal wells, because they do have a right to, you know, continue to produce if it's in their best interest and it's making them revenue. I'm not going to say they can't produce. I just want to make sure they've got some financial assurances in place to address them when they, at the end of their life.
Okay, because the reason why I say that is, I'm just listening to you, as you mentioned, BLM's way up in the hundreds. And, you know, why couldn't we be up there? What's the difference between BLM and us? And why are bonds so low that they can raise theirs to 100 or whatever, 700 or whatever it is, compared to what we're trying to do? You know, we're asking that, I mean, for so long, we've never really got no revenue from that. And if you want to do and work with them, I think it's a time and long time coming that we do some of those things so that we get revenue from it, no matter whether it's an old well or a new well or, you know, I sat here and listened all these years as we've done horizontal drills and all these different things that we've done with the wells out there, and really nothing, no sense of any kind of funds coming back, even though we do go in partnership or with a contract with these companies to come in and start drilling on their tribal lands. Not only that, but you know, it's bothersome. I've seen guys over here on 160 over 40 going west toward the state line over there with the drilling rig over there, re-drilling and stuff. And, you know, are we on par with all that stuff that they're doing those things? Is it okay? You know, information like that I don't hear about, you know, and I see it and I'm like, wow, I wonder if we're even getting any revenue from that or anything, you know, things like that just come to mind when you're passing through and you see these guys. And, you know, we talk a lot about tribal lands and sovereignty and all these things and stuff, but it seems like we don't really take it to heart to really say that, yes, we need to have these things done. And on site, do we do on-site visits, or are we out there watching them? You know, it's kind of something that I would throw at yourself and Scott, because Scott's the environmentalist, and, you know, we talk about all these companies doing these spills and not going back and fixing it. And then we start talking about bonds, and our bonds seem like it's always lower than everybody else, similar to these power lines. You know, what we offer is so low. I mean, it's I don't know, unbearable to even listen to it, to say that our bonds are whatever we're asking from the tribe is so low, and then we hear about other areas and other companies where they're a lot higher than what we are, and we're always trying to think of new revenues to really support the tribe. So just that thought, David.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I will say that bonds, you know, when they're put in place, it's really like an insurance policy, that if the company goes out of business, the tribe has access to that dollars to make sure that the well's plugged and the surface is reclaimed, you know, like for the most beneficial use, which might be grazing land for cattle, for instance. But it'll be cleaned in a way that it's done properly. If there's an old pipeline, that it'll be dug up and thrown away in the right way. A bond really only comes in play if the company goes out of business. But we've seen that happen here on tribal lands. You know, kind of where the tribe is in its evolution of oil and gas development is the Chevrons and the Shells and the Exxon. They were here 50 years ago doing work. They're probably, you know, barring some new discovery, aren't really coming back. So we get the mid-size and the smaller operators. They don't have the same stockholders and investment dollars behind them. So we need to scrutinize them closer to make sure they're a good fit for us environmentally and as an operator. So there's really no revenue to be gained from a bond, but there is a lot of risk mitigation and insurance the tribe can put in place to make sure that our land and our water and our membership is not harmed if somebody goes out of business. I mean, I don't know the answer on the federal agency side. Their bond amounts are too low. And we will be moving towards probably mirroring the BLM's guidance more than the BIA's guidance. Like for a statewide operator, the $500,000 that the BLM recommends, I think is a good consideration. But if they're an operator that operates all on the Front Range of Colorado and have 1,000 wells on the Front Range of Colorado and only 10 wells on Ute Mountain Ute lands, a $500,000 bond doesn't necessarily get spent here. So we want to look at the wells they operate on tribal lands. We want to make sure that we understand the risk to the tribe and make sure a bond's properly priced for our needs. I will say that Megan and I did review the resolution, and the resolution structured in a way that we are saying the tribe has a right to review and recommend a bond amount to the BIA. The BIA still has a role to approve it, and they will probably bring in the BLM, look at the bond amount and say, does your data agree with this? Do you approve this bond amount? They have a right of saying, we think the bond in place, or we think a lesser bond might be applicable. But again, the tribe has previous resolutions in place where the tribe could mandate their own bond if we wanted. And I've talked to Ron and finance. There are ways we could put funds in an escrow account and it could be held by the tribe for that default potential. So I think this resolution basically is kind of step one. The tribe has a right to use a methodology to evaluate bonds and recommend to the BIA and BLM. We want them involved. We want them actively reviewing what the tribe thinks is prudent and a good protection for the tribe.
Any other questions, comments, council members? I would like to say, oh, go ahead. I just want to say thank you for taking this on. I really want to back up a little bit. We, as Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, have been in the oil and gas business for over half a century, over 50, 60 years. And we continue to have or depend on fossil fuels. Right now, our fossil fuel reserves are depleting. They're getting down to the point where there's not very much left. So going back to the points that was made about bonding, some of these companies have been big ones like Exxon, Chevron in the beginning, because they really did a lot of fossil fuel oil and gas production. But over the years, they kind of said, okay, we're going to be done here. We're going to lease it to somebody else. So when they did, some of these new companies that came in, some of them were mom and pop. They were just local. They didn't have the capacity. So what this bonding does is really look at the evaluation of reclamation. That's what it boils down to, is reclamation. So if there's an oil and gas leak or something, is this mom and pop able to put up a bond to take care of that oil and gas? As they took over from some of these bigger companies, right now we do have some things on record where we do have leaks, oil and gas leaks on our Ute Mountain Ute Reservation. Some in Colorado, majority of it in New Mexico. But you also take into consideration the infrastructure. How long has the pipes been there? They deteriorate over time. As you look at some of the soils that are here on our reservation, and they can start to deteriorate the black pipe or other pipes. Now new technology is coming out where they're moving to a different type of pipe. As Navajo, if you look over on Navajo Reservation, they've done a lot of oil and gas production. But look at the status of the land. There's hardly any vegetation coming up anymore. There's nothing. If you look at south of New Mexico state line, it's also that way. So we have to protect what we have. Look at the coal mine that was down there when they done strip mining. and they tore all the ground up, and they got to the coal, and then once they got all the reserves out, they have to reclaim it back to the way it was before they started doing the coal mining, before they started doing strip mining. So this bond kind of ties into that to bring it back to its original state before the minerals were developed. Ours is more oil and gas, and we really want to protect it in a way that smaller mom and pop operations probably are not capable of restoring some of this back and reclaiming it back to the way it was. So we want to be able to say, okay, this bond is there for a reason. So if these companies come in, they'll be at a certain level. I don't know if all of them will be at the certain level. It'll depend on which operator is able to do that. So 500,000 is a starting point, as I mentioned to Secretary Jacket, and we talked a little bit about some of these bigger ones. Since the current administration, Trump administration's opening up oil and gas again, fossil fuels, but he's also opening up coal and uranium. Uranium has been a big issue here in our area, and to reclaim some of that, you know, we have these claims that these miners went in, they got impacted by health, but not only that, look at the water resources on the reservation, your natural resources, whether it's water, air, any kind of minerals that come out of the land, all of these are important to the Ute Mountain Ute tribe and how you take care of it. And I think we as Ute Mountain can do a tribal working interest in managing some of these. Southern Ute did the very same thing. They said, we're tired of some of these operators coming in. They're not taking care of the land or reclaiming it. So we're going to do a working interest in that. That's how they developed red willow, cedar. That's how they developed that part of it. They took a working interest on the methane gas. So looking at that, we still have not done anything on coal, and the president is trying to open up right now coal development. We have 500 million tons of coal on the New Mexico side, right up to the Colorado, both Menifee and Fruitland. Fruitland's more of a lower quality. That one's a higher quality, lower ash, higher BTU. So if you ever try to develop that, it's going to be hard because it goes down at an angle. So it's going to be mined, underground mining, not strip mining. I have looked at some up in the Crow tribe, how they did strip mining up there. Then also Cloud Peak, which is a company that was up there. I think Navajo bought that and they're still owning it, but not really making a lot of production on that. But also looking at right-of-ways, utilities, how we're going to try to bring revenue. As we talked earlier about the Rocky Mountain right-of-way, how's WAPA going to do that, or Tri-State, or other utilities that are coming up? Should we do a working interest as a tribe and become our own utility? Then what I wanted to ask Megan was the Hearth Act. The Hearth Act really takes a role in oil and gas, not really pertaining to right-of-way, I guess is what I was corrected on last time we had a meeting, but oil and gas, if it's something that we're going to try to look at with what reserves we have left, or looking at the new potential helium, green hydrogen, things like that. So you have to really take a working interest in looking at how we move forward to benefit and bring in through the Ute Energy LLC and making the recommendations from the Minerals Committee or Renewable Committee or whichever committee that's going to make recommendations. But looking at the org chart too, and just kind of talking with Morgan a little bit, should natural resources be in its own division or its own department as we try to protect everything across the Ute Mountain Ute tribal lands? Trust lands, allotments, fee lands, all of those come into consideration. So I didn't want to talk too much, but I want to give a vision on how you guys are going to move forward into the future in protection and revenue, but also protecting the land as a whole. You look at the mountain, we don't have any springs this past summer because of the drought. How is it going to affect the future on development? Water plays a role for everything that we have developed on the reservation and off the reservation, even looking at your Aboriginal lands. So with that, I just want to put it there and see what your thoughts are. Megan, do you have any comments?
No, I support David's work on this. What I would like to know on the resolution, one of the things we discussed with changing administration over time across the spectrum of energy development, BLM has an agency of various administrations may change its interests in the type of bonding over time and those regulations. The tribe, so we wrote it where the tribe will look to those regulations for guidance, but is not bound by the BLM's regulations. And we thought about that as a way for the tribe to, its membership, to look to guidance, to look at someone who does this on a regular basis, but also to think about, right now, the tribe does align with BLM. We believe the tribe does align with BLM guidance of that $150,000 bonding per well, but that may change. And if that changes to a lower bonding, we do not want the tribe to be bound to that lower bonding amount. We want the tribe to make the decision, the council to make the decision that is best for the tribe at that time. So it's to help the council and membership do what's best for the tribe as things inevitably change. So when you read that resolution, look at it that way. That was a big discussion in the mineral committee meeting when we were drafting the resolution together.
Thank you for that, Megan. Just wanted to make one extra comment. We did have some spills when Gordon Hammond was on the energy director, and we did report it to BLM, but BLM would not move on it, even though the bond was there. We identified some spills up on the mesa, and they just wouldn't respond, even though the bond was there, holding the company accountable on those. So we had to find extra funds to reclaim or fix those spills, and some of it was due to deterioration of the pipes, or they didn't follow guidelines. So BLM is a little bit challenging to work with too, especially now with the shutdown, federal government shutdown and stuff. Councilman?
I was just gonna say that, I guess I'm more concerned about the risk factors in all areas. Which I'm just now going into this field of trying to understand and learn about what's there that we can utilize on our reservation for revenues. So I'd just like to look at both angles of what we're doing with it.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, council members? Councilman Knight?
Thank you, David, for your presentation on the methodology. I'm not too sure how quick oil and gas changes throughout the year, so do you have a plan? Are you going to update annually or just as the
I think as
market
people,
changes?
like Mossman's a good example, you know, they're acquiring 6 wells that Sealy Oil operated, so I kind of looked at them and bonding for those 6 wells, but as they drill more new wells, you know, we'll look at their expanding portfolio. So it's probably the sort of thing you look at if something significant changed with the company, you know, they're selling themselves to another company, they're divesting of wells, but it's probably 3 to 5 years to kind of do another look. And the resolution does require that a recommended bond amount will be brought to tribal council so that I or whoever's heading up the Tribal Energy Administration can go through the methodology, the reasons why this bond amount was selected. The council will be informed, council can approve that or modify it, and then we take that package to the BIA and the BLM to get their concurrence. So it's probably every 3 to 5 years we'll be reviewing these companies, but we'll be reviewing them all for the first time towards the end of this year or the start of next year.
Any other questions, council members? Okay, this resolution comes before you. It's on page 285, methodology to determine and recommend oil and gas lease bonds on Ute Mountain Ute tribal lands. Does the council wish to move forward with this?
Chairman, there's no question, more question.
There is a motion. Is there a second? There's a second. Motion was by Secretary Jacket, second by Councilman Knight. Call for the vote. Secretary?
Yes.
Councilman Knight? Treasurer?
Yes.
Councilman Jacket?
Well,
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 650. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Baloo?
Nothing right now.
All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on and try to get through this next agenda item. And that'll be economic development. So I told you, get somebody on.
Really.
Okay, we'll probably be done before then. Okay. Come on, them renty. Oh, okay. So, yeah, 3, you.
Take that long to 45
About
minutes maybe?
hour and 10 minutes. Way I'm up to. Mine too.
Yeah, because Saturday, we could town to tarp in the roads. Go by 16, one up which it stopped it. Never last night, 3 o'clock, and tick down there. Me and my son went up there. Wind was blowing it. When we put the tire, that tarp flew over my. So we put tires on it. But I played mom. Or but we spot. What is some money again? We only slept for an hour and 2 because get up.
We have Niam. Asti mo ba vina? What the way? Krikti pattern ba mo? Kaya one surdy na pa.
Hindi ko tayo, may picture yung meaning. We juga kiri-kiri.
Yeah, krik pat kanu about now.
Kuwai kaya.
We can do mine first. There's a sneaker in here. What's Shannon's gonna talk about it here.
It's on page 305. For the first one is the electric cars, electric charging stations.
She's not upstairs.
Okay, well,
And
we're
I
gonna,
think Morgan's trying to call her, but she can't. She's not responding.
so hers is the electric vehicle and Nuchu Market. So we can go to Verdera Modular Homes. You ready? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, she knows she's coming in. Oh.
No.
Okay, so introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Juanita Plentyholes, Tawahe Director.
Okay, and you have an agenda item on here called Verdera?
No, Project Peak 2.0.
Oh, yours is the Project Peak, okay.
So this is a Department of Ed grant. It's a 3-year grant for a total of $489,163,000 per year for the next 3 years.
Okay, explain it a little bit.
So this is a Department of Ed grant, so it kind of picks up where our Project Peak left off. It's a NYCP grant, and I can't remember what NYCP stands for, but it's more career readiness for students. And so what it's going to do is it's going to do some workshops, but working with K to 12th grade. And we've also partnered with Fort Lewis College and SIPI in Albuquerque, and they're going to provide some of the college tours. But under this grant, it's working with mostly the high school youth in career readiness. So there's some tutoring in there. There'll be workshops like what we're having, but not to the extent that we had them before, because it is a smaller grant. So we'll provide some of those workshops for K to 12. But it's more geared toward the older kids and getting them ready for after they graduate and focusing on different careers for them. They've partnered with, like I said, SIPI, Fort Lewis, Huerta Community Academy, Economic Development Department, Farm and Ranch, Sleep and Youth Diabetes, Tawahe, and Wiminuche Construction. Under this grant, also, there'll be a small internship for some of the high school youth as well.
All right, any questions, comments, council members on this Project Peak Department of Education grant, a 3-year, $163,000. It's working with K through 12 grade, partnering with Fort Lewis and SIPI on more career readiness.
And under this, Beth Cascadan is the principal investigator. I am the program director, and we will be hiring an enrichment and academic director.
Any other questions, council members?
It's a 3-year grant.
3-year grant. And is it all year round?
Okay, any other questions, comments, council members? Okay, this resolution comes before you today. It's a Project Peak. Is there any action to move forward? Councilman Lehigh?
Juanita,
Yeah.
will any of this stuff even help this out in a way or no?
It may, it just depends on how many, because it's a smaller grant. It's not a big grant. So we may be able to, it just depends on.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, this is on the other packet that you have. This is on page, doesn't have a page. So the amount for this is 489,000? Is that what it
So
is?
on the resolution, it says, one, two, three, the fourth
163.
whereas, the Ute tribe has received the grant award notification from the U.S. Department of Education in the amount of 489,000 payable in increments of 163,000 for FY 26, 27, and 28. This is essentially a continuation of the Project Peak program operated by Tawahe. And whereas this Project Peak 2.0 has an added component to include workforce development, which is why the Director of Economic Development has been named as a project director due to the required educational levels. However, this grant will be administered jointly by the Director of Economic Development, Beth Cascaden, and myself, Juanita Plentyhose of Tawahe.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions, comments, council members? Okay, seeing and hearing none, this comes before you today. Is there any action to move forward with this? There is a motion. I'll give it to Catherine. Okay, motion was by Councilman Knight, second by Councilman Jacket. Call for the vote. Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Councilman Jacket? Treasurer?
Yes.
Secretary?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 6-5-0. Thank you, council members. Anything else, Ms. Plentyhose?
That's it, and then all the stuff is in your packet. The budget breakdown is in there as well, and you can see exactly what it's entailed in each of those line items. Other than that, it's something that we're hoping, just like I said, a continuation of Project Peak, but at working more with the older kids and the different partners that we've created.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Have a good lunch.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, it's 12 o'clock. We're gonna go ahead and,
I did want to just let council know, Beth just called. She was at the travel center. She thought she was on at 1, so she is on her way up.
we're gonna break for lunch.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know. She did call me.
Okay, it's 12 o'clock now, so we're gonna go ahead and break for lunch. Catherine is hungry. It's about to fall over. So we're gonna go ahead and break for lunch at this time. It is 12 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get started again with our scope and council meeting. We're gonna go ahead and get started again with our scope and council meeting. So I'm gonna call this meeting back to order. It's 12:40. Call back to order. We do have some agenda items we still need to get through. First one will be under new business. And this will be the economic development. So please come on up, introduce yourself for the record. You have 3 agenda items.
Good afternoon, this is Beth Casketen, Director of Economic Development.
The first one in our packet is the charging stations.
This first one would allow the company FCA to install and maintain the electrical vehicle charging stations at the Travel Center in Toyoak and at the Pottery Building in Cortez at no cost to the tribe. The reasoning behind this is that it could draw attract additional customers into our facilities. For the last year, we've been working with Rebecca Hunel, a Clean Transportation Director, and with Odette and Stellantis. Stellantis had gotten in trouble by both California and the state of Colorado, and that's why they were reaching out to perform these services to the tribe and some other areas. In August, we had site assessments performed by the deployment manager at Blink Charging, who was a third party retained by Clean Transportation. And they did determine that these would be good locations, that we would be able to do it. What would like to suggest is if the tribe does decide to move forward with placing these, I would like to suggest that in the resolution that I wrote, that we make sure that the company FCA install their own meter for these, so that way we as a tribe, don't get stuck with any huge bills. I have been informed, I've worked with both planning department in Montezuma County and the Empire Electric, and they have both confirmed that the bills could go sky high as $10,000 if they put in the fast charging, and any of this was used during the peak hours, which is why I am requesting in our resolution for the tribe that they have their own meters, so that way we are protected, but we're still receiving the services.
Any questions, comments, council members? Councilman Knight?
Good afternoon, Beth. We've been talking about electric vehicles, the forthcoming of them getting here, and now it's here. So just some concerns. I wish FCA was here to present, because if they really want something on the tribe reservation, they would be here. And is there any benefits for us, like charge them for using part of our land, lease agreements, monthly rent? Because I don't see anything in here that's going to benefit the tribe.
There's no financial benefit other than the fact that it would put us on the map for people driving with the EVs, and it would drive new customers into it. So we are not paying for the installation, we're not paying for the equipment or the maintenance and operation of these. So that's the only benefit and it's a way for us to see on somebody else's dime whether this is worth moving forward with for ourselves in the future, instead of us taking the risk.
Is it possible to do like maybe a 3-year to start off with, something shorter, just so we can test it out? And we don't really know, with the pottery being a business, it could change within 6 years, so just that thought.
Okay, we can go back to them.
Any other questions, comments, council members? I had a couple. I tend to agree with Councilwoman Knight, and I would say 1 year, just because you want to get a feel for it.
Yes.
Right now, there's the fast charger, then there's that one that does about, 4 or 5 hours to charge it, then the overnighter. So you're looking more at the fast charger, and who really picks up the bill on that? Is it the company that picks up the bill? Because the more vehicles we get, and it's a destination point, the Pottery and the casino or travel center, it has to have something that comes back to us as a tribe too. So I think the question is really pertinent and something that comes back to us as Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. We're always looking for revenue. And once we start looking at expanding it, because right now you're just Pottery and Travel Center. Later on, it might be the casino, it might be Nuchi Market, it might be tribal parks, it might be Four Corners. You know, you want to anticipate how the plan is going to work for these chargers and how is it really going in the future for electric vehicles right now. We live in a really remote area and trying to get somebody to come through here as customers or on a basis of tourism, then we really need to look at how to really evaluate and what's the best thing for us as a tribe. So I don't know how other council members feel, but maybe we should research this a little bit more and get back with the company. Since it's being on the reservation, is there something down the road that we could start charging kind of like a utility? Is that something we need to look at from a legal standpoint or even from a revenue economic development standpoint? Because it is coming here, we are drawing them, but we try to do the best we can to bring in other revenue. Just my comments on it, putting it on the table.
I was thinking we could charge them taxes for anything that they charge, we can have a tax associated with that.
It's a good idea. Any other questions, comments, council members? Secretary?
So I go on 550 almost every 2 weeks from here to Albuquerque. So, and you know what? I don't even see no charging stations. I really don't. I think would be the only ones if people were going to take this route from 550 Albuquerque all the way here. So it'd be an option. But I definitely agree with the chairman and Councilwoman Knight. If we can make this not a 3 year, maybe a year and a half, something there where we can evaluate if it benefits us or not. And any word on the casino getting any station of their own?
Originally, casino was in these meetings, this was last year, but then they weren't as interested. They wanted to do their own branding, and we're going to look at it from their own perspective, and then they've not participated since.
Okay, that's something that we should definitely follow up on with the chairman. So Chairman, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Any other comments?
So it's best to table this at the moment so I can go back and see what we can do. Rebecca Hunel and her whole department has been placed on furlough. I did talk to her yesterday. We don't know how long, but I will follow up on this, and if you would like, send us back and see what we can do for 1 to 1.5 years.
Okay. If there's no more comments or questions, I need a consensus on tabling. Secretary?
Yeah.
Councilman Jacket? Councilman Knight? Treasurer, you concur on tabling?
Yeah.
Councilman Lehigh? Councilman Lehigh? Okay, we have 4. So 5-4, we're all in favor of going ahead and tabling this. 5-4-0. Okay, your next agenda item is the
The next agenda item is for the Nuchu Market. Colorado Trust is offering a grant. They've awarded us $100,000. This is a direct outcome for them coming to visit when I'm sorry.
I just wanted to point out, this one is in the
yeah,
second packet.
the second packet, yep. Thank you.
Sorry about
No
that.
problem. This is a direct result of them coming out to visit when they came out with some of the other philanthropy foundations. So this is for $100,000. It would be for over 2 years, $50,000 for each year, 50 for the FY 2006 and 50 for 2027. And this would be to help the associates of the Nuchu Market at $15 an hour for job stipends while they're being trained. About 61,000 of that would go strictly to their training, and then as well as for other job training supplies.
Okay. Thank you for that.
And so I'm here to see if the council will accept this grant offer that they're offering us.
Okay, any questions, comments, council members for 100,000? It's for 2 years, 50,000 for each year. It's mainly geared toward job training.
Yes.
Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Scott.
Yeah, I just wanted to let council know too that in the agreement, there was a waiver of sovereign immunity. So that's also the reasoning why it needs a council resolution. And I think Megan wrote on the form there, on the transmittal form, that there was a waiver. So I believe the resolution would also be proving that there is a waiver in the grant agreement also. So just wanted to give you that update.
Okay, thank you. I think we should add that in as,
It is in the packet.
in the
All
resolution.
about it being a
Oh.
waiver of sovereign immunity.
Oh,
Has to be a limited waiver.
okay.
Does council agree to have that added into the resolution? Councilman Jacket?
Yes.
Treasurer, you okay with adding that into the resolution?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilman Lehigh, you still on or no?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to get it on my computer, it's not working on my phone, yes. I agree.
Okay, we do have majority to go ahead and add that language in for limited waiver of sovereign immunity. Anything else, council members, on this resolution for the 100,000 for 2 years, 50,000 for each year for job training for the Nuchu Market? What day are you opening that and where are you at on that?
We need to get the bank account open so then the ACH will clear through with the vendors and then we can get it open. We have staff ready. I'm just waiting for that portion to work.
Mr. Scott, where are we on that?
Yeah, there's a purchase order that Beth needs to put into the mount system. We've had discussion about that here in the last week. She was in the process of getting with Patrick and making sure that that grant account is set up where we're going to withdraw those funds from. So that's what we're waiting on right now, is the purchase order to get processed and a check to be cut. Then we can open up the account.
I also need to get authority for one of the other accounts. There's 2 accounts it's coming from and I don't have the authorization for that. So that's something that we need to get fixed as well. So I'm working with them on that.
Mr. Scott,
Yes, sir.
do you know which account she's talking about?
I don't know what the account numbers are. She needs to come see me and give me the account numbers and I can give her access, you know?
Okay, just go see Ron on that.
Okay.
All right. Councilman,
Okay, so what positions will you be training?
We are going to be training for all different positions. We'd like to be able to train all of the ones that do come in, help them learn not only their regular position as cashier, but to handle like inventory management, shift lead, assistant management, and manager. Because I'd like to be able to train people to move from within as we grow. And also give them training in customer service, hospitality, all full range.
Okay, so as far as doing all this, who will you be working with, HR, or how would that work? Is it-
Be working with the travel center because a lot of their employees, we're looking at using some of their employees who are well experienced and moving them there and then training them into the higher level positions as well.
So it's more like a promoting from travel center to
Yes, it'll be promotions for some of them.
So opening up in your farm. Okay.
Yes. So this will give more opportunity to tribal members.
So any other questions, Councilman Knight?
One last comment. So under the grant purpose, I see you Mountain Indian Trading Post is on there too.
Oh.
So could we insert that into the resolution?
So where is
We are
it?
doing job training for the Ute Mountain Trading Post too.
Oh, okay.
And it's not just for, future
Can I make a comment too, Chairman?
Hold on. Is that it? Okay, go ahead, Ron.
I also noticed on the resolution there on the bottom, usually where the reference part goes, it says Ute Mountain Pottery. Probably needs to be changed.
Where is that? Did I give you guys the wrong one? Oh, on the footer, I'm sorry. I didn't see it. I will remove that.
Okay, anything else, council members, on the resolution? Okay, seeing and hearing none, we're gonna continue forward with this Nutrien Market, 100,000 for 2 years, 50,000 per year. Job training, there'll be training from the travel center over to the Nutrien Market. As employees, giving them better job training on different areas. So with that, is there any more comments? Seeing and hearing none, is there any action to move forward with this?
Chairman, I'd like to make the motion and also add in the wording of limited waiver and the change of the footnote at the bottom of the resolution.
Thank you to the motioning party. Is there a second? Also with the same language as the motioning party? Same. Councilman Jacket? You may.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Was a motion by Secretary Jacket, second by Councilwoman Jacket. Call for the vote. This also includes the limited waiver and change at the bottom of the resolution on the wording. Call for the vote. Secretary?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jacket?
Yeah.
Treasurer?
Yeah.
Councilman Knight?
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh?
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 650. Thank you, council members. The next one is the Verdera modular.
With Videra, the background on this is Videra opened up within the last year and a half, and they've been fairly successful, and they were able to open with a minimal cost. They did invite several of the council members and I believe Director of Housing to come up and visit their establishment. A year ago, well, last year, we started the feasibility studies to see if it would be even a possibility for the Ute tribe to enter into this market of creating a modular housing factory. So we were put in touch with Videra from some of our grantors, and Videra is excited to work with us somewhat. Apparently, Region 9 is been in contact with them some because Videra came down to our housing, that housing presentation that we had up in Durango. So Region 9 is getting involved. We're also getting Colorado Health Foundation and CHAFA. All of these different organizations are interested in helping the tribe start a factory. But this particular one is, I am requesting, I would like to be able to sit down with Videra and actually work out some of these details, do more exploration, see what would be best, what would be the win-win for both Videra and the tribe. I don't want all these other entities to start making these decisions, the outside entities. So what I'm asking for on this resolution is to have the tribe appoint as a designated point of contact to work with Federa Modular to explore the different possibilities on what we can and cannot do and what would be the best way to move forward with this. In the meantime, Federa has requested some funding from CHAFA, and they are asking for a letter of support. The funding originally that they were asking for from CHAFA was so that they could get additional cash for performance bonds. And at the time, it didn't have anything to do with any exploration or no very early exploration with the Ute tribe. Yesterday, I received a proposed draft letter from them that they would like to receive a letter of support from the tribe for them to move forward with, to get the funding for their performance bonds, as well as formalizing that we are interested in entering discussions with them, but that we are not actually solidifying anything at this point. There's a lot of answers and a lot of things we need to work through. But I just wanted to take a formal step and see if this is something that the tribe and council wants us to move forward on in exploring and see how to move forward with this.
What kind of a grant were they applying for? Or trying to get extra money for?
He is applying through CHAFA for extra funds, and that's for performance bonding.
Okay.
And I have a draft that what I just actually printed out this morning that he did. And it's just supporting them and that we recognize the possible potential of creating a partnership with the tribe, realizing that this is, we still have many steps to do. He has to have the letter of support in by November 6th, which is right before tribal council is sworn in. And so, like I said, Region 9 has gotten active in this. We've got CHAFA, we've got we do have some of the grantors who have come forward and said if we did decide to move forward with this or we needed to explore more, some of them are interested in helping fund some of our exploration to move forward. So if we do have a resolution to move forward, we can start.
Okay, I'm gonna open it up to council members for any comments or discussion on this. Secretary?
I very much would like to work with them, but we're gonna need to do this business wise. And they need to respect, where we're coming from and what they're trying to do, trying to use our name to get funding for their own selves and leave us out of that. Because that's what it sounds like, what's going on. So, and you would just be the point of contact, right?
Yes.
Or anything that's going on with Federa, because it's a business move now, and you can't take advantage of us. So thank you for bringing this up, Chairman, Council.
Okay, thank you for that, Secretary. Any more comments? Councilman Knight?
I'm in agreement with Secretary. I don't want to be the poster child for another business. I want the tribe to own our own modular building, our modular warehouse to build our own housing. Because I've seen in Indian country, a lot of tribes have gone elsewhere with just like electric work and maintenance on housing, but they do not have their own tribe to build the houses. So we could be the first of many in Indian country, and I want to see us own our own warehouse. So thank you.
Any other questions, comments, council members? I also am in agreement with both the council members, the Secretary and Councilman Knight, that we should table this one, if that's the recommendation that's coming right now, to really evaluate it a little bit more. I don't mind doing the support letter, but to actually start a new enterprise, a manufacturing business for our own sovereign government. There's a lot of need for housing here on the reservation, but even outside in the Four Corners area. Looking at the Navajo tribe, the local area up in Cortez, we've talked about this for years, even tiny homes. And we've had interactions with some, but it was at a huge cost and it wasn't feasible for us. Especially we have one right now and it's all electric, but it just doesn't meet the needs or the standards of our tribal members here. So if we can develop something that would benefit us, I am in favor of manufacturing homes here. I think it can be done and we could be successful in it. But let us take the lead and really see how we can move forward. So I think there's still some more time to identify somebody who can be appointed as a contact person. And then looking at CHAFA performance bonding. And I know the deadline is November 6th, but it's maybe something we need to look at a little bit more from a legal standpoint and from a financial, from CFO, and even in probably including the WDC board and identifying it as possible revenue coming in as an enterprise. So just thinking that way, kind of same as the two council members are. Any other comments, council members? Are you all in favor of tabling this and getting more research on this and come back to the council? Secretary?
Yes.
Councilman? Councilman Knight?
So before I vote, I just want to get clarification. Is this just to make you the sole person, the contact person?
This is so that way I can start talking to them and having them work with us instead of them going out to these different agencies. So that way we have some control over what's happening. That's what this is, and to do exploration and to go forward with the different possibilities and scenarios that I wanted to put forth before council as to which ones look better. But this seems to be like coming out of the outside and faster, which is why I'm bringing it here. Just to try to protect the tribe more.
So you would like to get this resolution passed to take the lead on it?
I would like to get this is just to allow us to start doing an exploration and take the lead. This is not to move forward with a contract with them. This is just to start allowing me to lay out possible different scenarios and to work with them and bring this back to council. This is not a MOA yet or anything like that. But I thought it'd be best to get in front of you now instead of at the end, oh, this is what these others are bringing. I think it should come from the tribe to Videra.
So just thinking the way you're thinking right now, should we include WDC? And I referred to the liaisons and what your thoughts are on that. Could that be included in the resolution as you take the lead, but also getting recommendations from WDC if that's the direction you want to move, because it's going to create jobs, it's going to create revenue, and it's going to become some kind of an enterprise. So is that something, or do we just have Beth take the lead and then eventually refer back to WDC, or how do you guys want to proceed forward with this? Liaisons?
For me, just for now in the beginning stages, the planning stage is just Beth, and then when we get down the road of planning, getting it going, then we can include WDC.
Okay.
Because it'll be under tribe for now until it's established.
Okay. All right, with that,
Ask legal their opinions on this.
legal?
I would agree at this point. And then maybe once the board or WDC board gets fully established, it's missing a member and then it needs a president, etc. Well, that's getting all done, then in the meantime, Beth can move this forward.
Okay. What I want to do is refer to Mr. Scott. What's your thoughts on this from the finance side?
Hey, Chairman, yeah, I think we definitely put Beth in charge as the contact person just to get the ball rolling. Financially, the tribe would have to look at different avenues, apply for grants and whatnot, try to get the ball rolling. So that's how I would see it, how it would be funded. Wouldn't want to dip into economic development if we didn't have to, but that's always an option of those funds being available, because that is what the funding is originally created for, is to try to create businesses and whatnot. So, but we probably try to look at the grant funding first.
Okay. All right. Open it up to any council members. Do you have any questions or comments on how we're going to try to move forward with this? Okay, seeing and hearing none, I'll leave it up to the two liaisons if they want to move forward with this through an action and get the council support to go ahead and have Beth take the lead and then eventually come up with the plan to move forward. If that's okay with the council. Okay, I'll leave it up to the liaisons or any council member if you wish to move forward with this as an action item.
Chair, make motion.
Okay, there is a motion. Is there a second? There's a second. Motion was by Councilman Knight, second by Councilman Jacket. Call for the vote. Councilman Knight,
Yes.
Councilman Jacket,
Yes.
Treasurer,
Yeah.
Secretary,
Yes.
Councilman Lehigh.
Yes.
Any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, motion passes 650. Thank you, council members. Anything else, Beth? Okay, with that, I think that concludes our regular session under the new business. I'm going to number 8. Because the BIA superintendent's not here, so we're still on the shutdown for her, for the BIA department. So we're moving to number 8, which will be the council update and reports. So I'll go ahead and start out with treasurer.
Chairman,
Go ahead.
I just want to say again, thank everybody for tuning in and, listening to the council meeting, what goes on, always, and asking any questions, those are always important. And for my report, I just I was just finalizing everything I could with my boards. And my term will be ending November 7th. And just want to say thank everybody, thank you. And again, it goes all the way around. That time and everything followed to order, what we're looking for, how we want things to be, being in this position, tough position. You always hear that, you always hear the council say that. And it is, every day you're making a decision, and it's projected and projected toward the people, what's best for everybody. You hear people's concerns and you try your best to make your decisions on everybody. And it's hard to do that. Sometimes people want things just for themselves. Their emergency, but hard to do, you have to look at everybody. And that's the facts. So point fingers at you, blame you for everything. Even when things happen, you're always to blame the council, chairman, they're always to blame of everything. That's not the truth, everybody has a decision in their own life, what you're gonna do. And that's what we strive on, to help everybody, make a way for everybody in a good way, the best way. That's always the goal. At council, we're always trying the best. But again, thank you for allowing me to sit in this council seat for 2 terms. 2 terms, and something to see, something to experience, to learn. Again, every day is always tough. So with that, thank you. And I was going to say again, thank you to everybody and continue to move forward. Council, keep moving forward. Your council comes in, chairman. The seeds have been planted all over our way. Planting seeds, economic development, energy development, everything. And we're hoping the trees, when they grow, and we're hoping they bear the fruit. to feed everybody, to feed the goodness of things. So with that, thank you, and again, thank you, staff, all the employees of your tribe, the enterprises, directors, managers, everybody. Not people too. Everywhere, everything. And our staff and the council, chairman, thank you. That's my report.
Thank you, Treasurer. Appreciate that report. Secretary, you have a report?
Yes, I got a really short report. Good afternoon, membership, employees, community members, everyone listening. Thank you for listening to the council meeting. So, 2 weeks ago, we did pass the budgets. So I did a report there. That first week of October, I was at the WDC meeting. It was on Zoom, and it's just getting all these enterprises, getting them to where they should be, making us money, making us revenue. On that weekend, on Friday and Saturday, I was able to go to White Mesa and be a part of the uranium protest walk. And not only that, the presentation that was on Friday too. So there's a lot of, this is getting interesting. People are opening their eyes and they're going, wow, that's really going on in White Mesa. You guys are taking in all that waste from everywhere. And it's like, yeah, it's happening right here, right now. So it's just a really good group of people who are very concerned. I thank Yolanda, Velma for setting it up, and it was a tough walk without Michael there. He's always been there, so it was a hard walk, but we made it. The weather was nice and windy. I was also there with Councilwoman Knight and Councilman Lehigh, so it's really good. It was a lot of people. You know, we had you have a choice to go to the fairs, but you know, everyone decided to come and stick with the protest because they need to know, and I think it's gathering more momentum, more awareness. People are going, well, what are those Indians doing out there? And then when they go, oh, that's what they're doing, they're protesting. So it's out there, it's getting out there. People are becoming more aware. Last week went by so fast. Tribal Council, we did some things that we felt was needed, that need to be done. And this is all the part where I say it's going to be a new council. This is a new whole administration. So I've only been here for 3 years, but it went by so fast. And now we just got to prepare for what we're going to do for the membership here in the coming years. We did have a housing meeting last Thursday. And then after that, we had a Brunot meeting. And so the hunters that are out there, be aware of where you're at. You know, people are watching. People are watching, especially on our borders too. They have cameras set up. You just be careful. Be careful what's out there. Document it. Call Phil the ranger or get a hold of somebody at Brunot. You know, get that verified. Get that verified. We have very precious hunting privileges here, and we don't want to see them taken away anyway, especially for our hunters who are out there. Tribal election, I was here, and it's a relief. We just got to move on right now. Move on, and I lost 4 times. I lost 4 times before I got in here. So it's something that it hurts, it stings, but you got to just move on and say, okay, this is who the people picked, and let's go. And that's how I take this right now. Is I'm already boots on the ground running. I said economic development. I said this is the plan. I said David from Energy. This is the plan right here. We got to get that U Energy up, U Energy, and see what all these abandoned orphan wells, if they're producible or not. So that's the plan. That's the idea right now. Because this council being here these 3 years, it's a working council, and I've seen this in the other boards where they're working. It's their job. And you got to move fast. We're in a new age, new era, and we got to move fast. Business, if we have to do it in phases, then we'll do things in phases. So, Ute Day, thank you, Marilyn, Willa, the cooks, everyone who did presentations there. It was a really good event, really good positive energy, and for the travel center for having those pizzas on standby. And also for the staff that did the volleyball too. So we plan to do this again next year. It's a working thing, seeing what works and what doesn't, and the weather got in the way, and it was to the point to where we were just going to cancel it. But we had people who said, "Don't shut it down. We can work through this. We can make this happen, regardless." And they did. We had membership who stood up and said, "Yes, I can make that. Yes, let's do it this way." So it's really good. It's really good when we all come together and we see the outcome of it. It happens one way or another. So thank you for the staff and everybody. I just like to let everyone know, get your shots, get your flu shots, get your measles shots, get everything up to date, just to make sure, because we're headed into the winter season, and sometimes you can't distinguish, or the doctors can't distinguish between COVID and flu. So just to be aware, I know a lot of us, our household, we got big household in these little houses. So just be aware. Check your propane. Check your propane. If you need that propane, get a hold of Public Works so they can put you on the list. I believe 3 o'clock's the deadline, but make sure you get that propane. It rained this last week, so it's gonna get cold. It's getting cold fast. Get on LEAP. Get on LEAP. Go to Public Works and get with the staff there and get your application started. So that will save you from your own funds, so you can use these government funds. So with closing, I like to say thank you to the candidates. Thank you for everybody for running. You know, there is a lot of interest out there. There was a lot of good ideas that I heard, and it was like, we need to work together. We need to move. So, and like I said, this job isn't given. You got to earn it. You got to do what you can for the people. And in 3 years, it moves fast. First year, you're learning. Second year, you're trying to figure out what works and what doesn't work. And in third year, you're going, okay, I need to make something happen. We need to do this. I need to get the rest of the council support here, because we have to talk to each other. It's like being in a marriage. You got to talk to each other. You got to wake up and sometimes go to meetings all week. You see each other and you're like, I don't want to see this person. I see him every week, every day. But it needs to work out somehow, some way. Not just for us, but for the whole membership overall. We need to work together, and we need to do what's in the best interest for our membership. I like to say it was an honor to work with Councilman Lehigh. I known him on the employee side. Now I got to be with him on the council side, and he did an amazing job. He's out there advocating, especially in Utah. You can see it. He was very advocate with Bears Ears, and just that whole area was his. And it's like, wow. I seemed like every time I was with him, I always learned something different. It's like, I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. So he's a walking, talking White Mesa history book. I think he should document everything he's had and done these last years, because that's lost history if we lose that. He has all that knowledge with White Mesa. Like I say, it's also been an honor to work with Councilman Whiteman. We got to go to these conferences and sit there and listen, and not only listen, but we advocated, because they want to know. People are very curious, like, who are you? Why you got that beaded tie? Why you dressed up why y'all dressed up? Then we tell them who we are, and they go, oh, okay, then you're a councilman? Well, let me try to sell you something. It's like, oh, your tribe might need this. And we would sit there and we'd listen and take it all in, and then bring it back here and say, hey, Beth, what do you think about this? Or legal, can we do this? So it was an honor to serve with them on this little time that we had here, and I pray that they have all this interest, they have all this knowledge now, and maybe they can write it down and say, this is what we went through during COVID, especially during COVID. These are the decisions we had to make. This is where the tribe is right now. So I say thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. It's been an honor serving with you. And last but not least, Chairman Manuel Hart, this is your last meeting, and it's been an honor. Learned so much. Maybe not saying it, but you go, okay, so that's why he did it that way. Okay, that makes sense. So just think about all these things. And like I said, these men, they have a lot of history. Chairman Hart he's been here since the 90s. So he's seen things go up, go down, councilmen come in, councilwomen go out. So it's a lot. It's a lot. And maybe if some directors out there are listening, maybe they can document this down. This is what happened. This is why it happened this way, because we have a lot of history, but a lot of it ain't written down. And thinking more about that this weekend, I was like, damn, it's a lot. Maybe someone can write this down and have this documented. Who was the chairman from the 50s, 60s, 70s? Why did they make those decisions? So being here in these three years, I don't know everything. I'm still learning. This job's a learning. You gotta be able to learn, take it all in, and at the end of it, the directors, the members, they all want to know why you made that decision. Why is it the way it is right now? And on my part, I like to explain. Say this is why. This is what we did. We had to do it at this time right now. We couldn't wait. Couldn't wait. So, gentlemen, it's been an honor sitting here with you guys, and we're already moving fast. Boots on the ground. We got to keep on going. So, Chairman, Tribal Council, tribal employees, membership, community members, everybody listening, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for having that respect and honor for the councilmen and councilwomen, the chairmans, the chairwomen who've all sat right here. So thank you. Dosh Duwayak.
Thank you, Secretary. Good words, good things to encourage. Always thinking about the future and what we're facing today, as was mentioned, heat program, LEAP program. Winter's coming, it's getting cold outside, apply for these. But the things that each councilman goes through during their term and the relationship they work with. So thank you for your words, Secretary. Appreciate it. Councilman Knight?
Good afternoon, tribal members, tribal employees, community. My report today on October 2nd, I had an ALP water meeting on Zoom. Every month we talk about the water over at ALP, Southern Ute Mountain, and the other partnerships. So I attended that meeting. We go over financials, updates, and we just talked a little bit more about the possible extension of a pipeline. And then that day I also had a WDC meeting along with Secretary Jacket, getting the updates from the casino, farm and ranch, and Weemanoots Construction. You know, everyone's doing good so far, so that's always good to hear. And then that weekend with Councilman Lehigh and Secretary Jacket, the Uranium Walk, it was good to see a lot of newscasters out there, social media people, because they're getting our words out there. We did get to speak with PBS Utah, so that was good publication on our side, that we have to get out there more and talk more for the White Mesa community, so that was good. October 8th, I met with legal and Miss Jacket came with us. More talks about land at East Weber Canyon. We're in process right now, possibly getting land back from a private owner, and it's just a little bit close to the reservation, so that's good to always have some of our land back. So we're still in process right now, so just getting updates and get going on that. In the afternoon, we met with Beth from Economic Development and David Ballou, Chairman Hart, myself, and the rest of the council about a Pacific Corp negotiations, the right-of-way. You know, since the power lines are on the reservation, how we negotiate throughout the years to get more revenue coming back to us. So that was interesting, and just talking about our upcoming future with Pacific Corp. October 12th, thank you to a big Tequayak to all the people who made it happen, you know, the planners, and especially Mr. Farley Ketchum, the sunrise ceremony and him putting up teepee, and the other people who had events. You know, without everyone, we wouldn't have had Ute Day, so thank you to everybody, and I hope you enjoyed yourself. And just reiterating kind of what Secretary said, you know, thank you to the outgoing council, Mr. Lehigh, Mr. Whiteman, and Mr. Hart. You know, just in my first year, I've learned a lot from you guys sitting here. Your old wisdom words, your old elder words. So I just want to say Tequayak for being the people you are, speaking your voice, for what you believe in, and Tequayak for all your work. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Thank you for that. support and everything that they do, even new incoming council members as they learn. So it's always a learning process to have. Councilman Jack?
Mike, new chair, good afternoon. Compliments. Just want to say that, I haven't been here for 4 weeks, and it's a lot of work to be done ahead in the head coming from for the coming months and years. I realize that it's really challenging for councilmen to be a councilman. It is a challenging job, and it's been, for me, I have learned quite a bit within this last 4 weeks at the most. And so first meeting that I went to, that was the budget meeting. Took a long time, it's a long time effort, you have to spend long hours, to go over a lot of the budget and whatever it is that you're going to be, whatever your discussion, whatever that's coming to the tribe through economic development. There's a lot of stuff that the tribe is involved in their meetings, as a councilman. They deal with a lot of things, it's not just a little piece, but it's a lot. Coming from being an employee of the tribe was something else. It was like you only were limited, but when you go to the different level as a council person, it has more greater level there. You're involved with many things, many projects, concerning the tribe. So I just wanted to say that it is a challenging job, but to be here, to look out for all of you guys, for the safety, for the community, for safety and health, and and it's all the way to the environment, and the home. There's so many things that you have to focus on, Rebecca, and I'm thinking about it, I think about it and say, this is a lot of challenge. It's a challenge, because we're focusing on many areas. And so my first meeting, our first community meeting, I went to White Mesa. They called it White Mesa Community Concern. That was with the uranium mine that they're doing with in that area. It was really interesting when they're talking about the environment and how they are, where they're at as White Mesa. Sometimes we forget about White Mesa, but it's there. There are relatives that we build, they need our help too, from the youngest to the oldest. And just being there and listening to them it makes you really think about them too, how they are, way they live. Didn't make it to the walk, but learned a lot. Mais as a councilman. So, and then took part in that youth days. It was good. A lot of support. We tried to help out and volunteered and made some fry bread. Fed a lot of people. Did some youth bingo. There's young and old that came through there, and they enjoyed it. That too, Punikaya that came out and took part in the fashion show, and that's the way we should always be. Do activities with one another. That way we can be a strong community as Nuchi and try to work together and try to take care of one another. So we really have to help one another, help our elders too, that need help. They really do need help. Mamuska Imnan Puchian, I see that too, and spent time with them, and so also, I like to say I'm not going to be able to spend time with Darwin and Malcolm and Manuel. But, you know, they did their best, Rubekariga Mamusiga, and like I say, it's a lot of work. They did what they can with when they were in these positions. I know there was good and bad in it, and I realized that too. And thank him for the job that they have done. You know, they really reached out and helped the community. But but there's just few. There's just it's just the tip of the iceberg too when you start in project. Mamusa up and on your money, on you guys' behalf, on our behalf, and Masha Conrad, made it back in, do IS, and then come in council that's going to be coming in. I just hope that we all have a teamwork and have one focus in mind. Is that's how we're going to stay strong and keep going and moving forward to hang on to our reservation and for our kids, for the betterment of our kids. That's what I'm hoping for. I know it's not an easy job, but regardless, we just have to keep going, Mike. So I want to thank them for the job that they have done, effort they did, they sacrificed their time from their families too. But I just want to do the way, wish you guys the best of luck in whatever money nivan rub at push put up at out there. To one cabot up, hunts up, health, we have to think about our health too. That's important too. You guys went through a lot of stress too. So now it's to focus on yourself, take care of yourself too, Well,
Catherine, who from Sweden, one of the Eva. Now, shrubs it, okay, to trigger it. It's a learning process, moving on. So, Councilman Lehigh, you said report.
Yeah, mine's gonna be short. Wednesday, in the first, the White Mesa Concerned Citizen meeting with the Uranian, Conrad and Miss Jackie, what to Catherine White Mesa, and I'm glad that Conrad asked me if he could go, and I told him yeah, because I had another meeting I had to be in Boulder, thinking about education, our kids, going to college and getting the opportunity for free tuition. And that was some of the things we talked about up in Boulder, knowing that, we have tuitions up there who ride at Boulder. And we got to watch the football team practice, and then we got to be able to go down onto the field with the football team, but we weren't allowed to take pictures. It was a good thing. We had 23 tribes up there, and they had 2 sets of panels. Mark was there too, and Mark was on one of the panels. And they asked me if I wanted to be on one of the panels. I told them it was up to them if they wanted me to be on one of the panels. And they asked a couple of questions. Ernest House Jr. was kind of doing the presentation there and speaking and asking the questions to the tribal members, whether they were councilmen or tribal Chippewa officers or whatever not that relied with the tribes. And that was a good presentation that Mark did there on Ute Mountain Ute Tribe and talking about our ancestral times, even though the other tribes did come through here. It's and as I learned working with Harry Knight, that, you know, the things that he talked about, like the tribes coming through here, you know, it took them 1,000 years to get from point A to point B, and understanding who the first people of these lands were, and listening to Mark, kind of a younger generation of speaking on those things and what entailed a lot of these lands in Colorado, in the state of Colorado. But not only that, but the other states in Utah and New Mexico too. So, and out toward Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota was good. Was there and then came back the same night and attended the White Mesa Walk there with Councilman Jacket and Councilwoman Knight. And it was good because, you know, trying to help and support that community with all that uranium and what's going on, and that it's the only wet facility in the nation, in the world. All this uranium and whatever not sent there, and, you know, always be there for thousands of years, and asking and working with the congressmen that were there, as Councilman Jackie was there with me at that time last month, and talking to them and trying to really get their support. So even though I'm out of council, they're asking me to go help support some of the protests and speak on our portion of working and trying to help to convince the state congressmen and senators on Saturday and speak there at one of the uranium protests they're going to have in Moab again. And it's with the King's Mine. And so those are some of the things I'm going to be doing. And not only that, but I've got other opportunities to ask me to help out in different areas and try to work with other tribes and maybe consult with them and just help out in those areas. But just other things beyond that, you know, just thinking, just like everybody else said. You know, it's a tough job. To sit here in this position, as Councilman Hart said, you know, it's a hard job and sleepless nights. There's other councilmen that were here before me told me you're going to get white hair, and I got white hair now. And some of the people were saying maybe you'll get black hair back after you get out, and all that frustration and everything that you went through, that maybe you'll be okay. But it is a tough job. And get to meet new people, different tribes, try to help them, work with them. You know, even the state, you know, the state of Utah has been really hard to work with, but we finally, I think, caught their eyes, and they really want to try to help support our community there and the tribe too. So hopefully with the next person that takes on my position, we'll be able to help and support and move forward with a lot of the initiatives that I had and attended, and groups and companies or other areas that we worked with, land and the water, and even the uranium and state and other areas. There's a lot of areas that you have to think about, and always, you know, think about your way of life of where you came from, and you know, that would be your strong point, because You know, we always speak of our ancestors or elders that went before us, but you know, all in all, it's a tough job and a learning experience that you'll never have in a lifetime. And it's an opportunity for you to step up and take on that role and, you know, be responsible and take care of your people and your land and everything in general, even our employees, our staff, everybody, even our law enforcement, you know, our health department. You know, we think about our health because, you know, that's important to us because, you know, sometimes jobs aren't as important as your health because, you know, that you want to live longer and, you know, have more experience and more things to do, you know. And I really thank this council for, you know, supporting a lot of the initiatives that we put out on the table and put into law because, you know, if we didn't have those things, then, you know, life wouldn't be as easy as it is nowadays. You know, back in the olden days, I think it was pretty tough. You know, we talk about our youth now where buses come right up to their house and pick them up. Well, we had to walk half a mile or even a mile in 5 feet of snow just to get on the bus, you know, things like that. History, you know, as Councilman Jacket said, you know, maybe they need to write a story or something. I've had that brought to me a couple of times from some colleges when they've heard me speak about a lot of the things in our ancestral lands and the ways of life that it was then to what we have today. So, you know, those are some of the things that maybe in future I'll think about doing and maybe writing a book and, you know, tell a little bit about the history that I've been through as a leader in, you know, other areas that I've done with employment and stuff. So just want to say that and thank you guys and the membership that are listening today. You know, it's an opportunity that sometimes comes out and sometimes you have to work hard at it to become what you are and to learn and observe and listen, you know, as the elders always says, nakakawach. You know, listen, that's why you got 2 ears, you got 2 eyes and 2 nostrils, but 1 mouth. But, you know, always think about what you're going to say. Don't just speak out of term and, you know, listen, nakakawach. You know, you learn from that wisdom that's there, you know, it will come in time and you'll understand it. Really spiritual part of that is the strong point of it all. So just want to say that. I want to thank Chairman Hart and Councilman Whiteman, you know, being part of council with them. Not only them, but other council in the past that I sat with and working with them and learning. You know, it's an educational thing. You think you're out of education, but no, it's a learning process and you learn a lot. You know, as soon as you get in, you know, the 3 years goes by fast. Sometimes it don't, but it just depends on you how you want to do your job. But just want to say that and thank you guys. It's been an honor. Oi.
Wake to which the wake trap. Boopum smine, boopum rupan. All your advocacy. So to which the way carrying it, Maravesh, you've had to win. My report for today, thank all the council members, not only the ones I'm serving with today, but going all the way back to 1994. So just really appreciate that. The meetings that I went to, September 30th, we passed our resolution for FY26. Then on the 2nd, went down to the directors meeting down in White Mesa. The following day, Councilman Knight and I was over in Fort Lewis. There was tribal leaders from Southern Ute, I think one of them from the Pueblo tribe, and we just sat there and talked with the president on what the initiative is. How can the school really help us out to move forward in what's going on with the college there? But we also partner with other colleges and universities too, San Juan College. I think over in Blanding we have CSU, all the way up into Colorado. DU and University of Utah up in Salt Lake. So just a lot of colleges. Want to give as many opportunities as we can. Talk to all of these universities and the tribal liaisons to give that opportunity for students to really look at where they're going. I was just listening to Councilwoman Knight when she was giving her report. She was one of the honor roll students that went with us over to Washington, D.C. when she was younger, and she was on the honor roll. And Aisha Clark was another one too. But over the years, just seeing where they've landed now, one of them is actually on the council, and that's Tawny. So it's really good to see that education has really brought them up to the point of becoming a voice for all of us, from the youngest to the oldest. So thank you for that. Also, I do announcements, and I started this a while back on Mondays. Haven't been doing it every Monday, but trying to do it. Sometimes a council member comes in, does the announcements. I think that's the transparency of what's going on that week, or what's happening, or where we've been as council. That way they know that we're just not sitting here, none of us, that we're going out there to these meetings, whether it's state, federal, local, or working with tribes or other organizations. I think them announcements are really key. And I had comments from Uinta Array Tribe and Southern Ute Tribe saying it's good that you do them announcements, that it's transparency to everybody what you guys are doing and where you're heading, and it's really good to see that. Last week we had our tribal election. We still have a runoff going on. Let's get past Wednesday at noon. If there's no challenges or want to get a recount, then we'll go ahead and move with the runoff. There was some meetings that I had with Naomi and looking at where we're heading, and she works for the IHS. Some of our homes are on septic systems, want to get some of those worked out. I know some of the fields, drainage fields, are starting to fail, trying to find funding to take care of some of those. I think her house was one of them that we did a while back, where her leach field was failing. They got money identified and trying to get those new ones put in. But really looking at how do we address those scattered sites that we have for the tribe, and really trying to move forward. I think Councilman Knight and Councilman Jacket and Councilman Lehigh, and I think Secretary too, for going out to Weber Canyon and really looking at that land that they're proposing to give back through a conservation program, and working toward it, and eventually, hopefully down the road, that land will come into trust. Always looking at things that have happened in history where the federal government and pioneers, they always wanted to take our land, what we had. We as Nuchu have always had these lands from Abiquiu. I was looking at the documentary on PBS down at Ute Sovereignty Day, where we were involved with the Taos Pueblo over there, northern New Mexico. And Rick Williams, he's enrolled with the Sioux tribe, but he advocates for the Cheyenne Arapaho on what happened at Sand Creek. And he's really pushing to get things more involved with the Cheyenne Arapaho. They want to start their own reservation in Colorado, kind of like Sand Creek area. But we as Nuchu have also gone all the way over to the Kansas state line. And that was part of our Aboriginal lands too. Just as Rick is saying, well, our Aboriginal lands go up in the mountains. But we as Nuchu gone all the way up to the Wyoming state line, over to Salt Lake, all the way down to Taos and Abiquiu. Our Aboriginal lands are huge. But look at what we've lost in 40 years. In 40 years, we lost a lot of that land due to allotment era, due to the Homestead Act, and never got compensated. So mining really took a toll on us, and the Europeans and pioneers really came in. Almost the same that happened to the buffalo. They almost exterminated them. Same thing with the beaver. Beaver almost got exterminated too, based on the pelts that they want. We as Native Americans have gone through that same thing, but instead of exterminating us, they assimilated us. Taught us to be more Murikach. Dress them, cut their hair, go to churches. They try to take away who we are, our identity. But we're coming back. KCA is one of the examples that we're bringing back with our own curriculum. Juanita's working on a program now for the history, just as Councilman Lehigh said, We need to put that down and really look at where we're going. So this coming week, October 20th, I'm hoping that maybe somebody from legal or maybe even Ben Robinson can go up to Gunnison. They're having a meeting with the cattle producers. The cattlemen over in Gunnison County are going to have a meeting with the Department of Natural Resources, 2 o'clock at the college there. It'd be north of the McDonald's. There's a little building over there. I don't remember what building it was. But the next wolves might be coming into Colorado, and they might be possibly coming from Alaska. I don't know what kind of wolves they have. We had some wolves from within the United States from a Indian tribe, and then the second batch came from Canada, and now this third batch is going to come from Alaska. So I don't know. They're different wolves from different areas. So that's something they want to talk. They invited me to it, but I won't be able to make it. So if we could have somebody from staff or council just go up and just listen, because it's going to be introduced. They're going to be brought into the Gunnison County area. And we live in the Gunnison County, Pinecrest Ranch is. So it's going to affect the cattle owners there and hunting. So it's something to think about how things are going to be moving forward. On the 21st, the following day, I'll be heading for Albuquerque. On Wednesdays, our 10 tribes meeting on the water. I've been chairman of the water tribes, 10 tribes water meeting for 2 years and pass it on to the next tribe. So I think Northern Ute has it now, then they'll pass it back to the lower basin. They kind of go back and forth with the tribes on that and who will be the chairperson for them 2 years. The 24th, on the Friday, Calusa will be here. We'll be talking a little bit about how their energy development was. Good to have council look at that, because that could be possibly a future endeavor on an enterprise that we become our own self-sufficient utility and really looking at getting off the grid and making our own power. And that way we can take all of our tribal members. They don't have to pay an electric bill no more in the future. We've been talking about that for White Mesa, taking the first lead on that, and then eventually doing everybody here on the Ute Mountain Reservation in Toyac, and possibly into the future in New Mexico. If we ever start that community down there, then everybody would be off the grid and we'd become more self-sufficient as a tribe from the Calusa area where the company is, and really looking at that. On the 27th and 28th, the boarding school discussion on Teller Institute, Fort Lewis, the old Fort Lewis, how things are going to be moving forward, working with, what's his name? From History, Colorado. Yep, Philip Gover. He's the one that's going to take the lead on that. He's still looking at how we're going to try to move forward on the Teller Institute for sure, and trying to get that moving in that direction. Also that evening on the 28th, to the Liaisons for Education, PPC will be having their meeting with the RE1 school district. If there's any recommendations that'll come from the tribe. I think there was a recommendation one time to see if the RE1 would excuse our students for Ute Day next year, Sovereignty Day, Ute Sovereignty Day. That way they don't have to go to school, because it pertains to our culture and who we are as a sovereign nation. So if we can introduce that as part of one of the requests from Ute Mountain to excuse our students. Not all of them are going to be excused. It has to be a process where parents would notify the school saying, I'm taking my child to participate in the Ute Day. The rest of them, if they don't want to participate, they can go to school. But really trying to present something that'll benefit our future and our history and who we are as sovereign nations. So looking at that. November 7th will be the swearing in. It's the first Friday in November based on our Constitution. That's when they'll swear in the new council members and chairman. Hopefully between now and then we'll have the runoff, and we'll identify the councilman that'll get in, and then we'll do the swearing in on that November 7th. I still have to try to work it out with the new incoming chairman and council members as the transition is working toward how we're going to move forward. I hope the priorities that we have in place for our current council, health, is a real big concern, and how we're moving forward, as diabetes is one of the leading health deficiencies for Indian tribes across the country. Education, as I mentioned, the boarding school era and what it took away, and how we can implement it to a better tomorrow. Housing, as we're looking at trying to do a manufacturing here, but looking at the deficit of how many houses are really not up to par. Really looking at how can we make it better for our list that we have. Economic development, always looking at self-sufficiency, self-sovereignty, becoming self-sufficient, and economic development in all areas. And then last one is really looking at water and where we're heading in this drought that we're in currently, that's 27-year drought that we're in, and how we look forward to that and how to utilize our water in the best interest of Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. And that means also bringing the water over from ALP to meet the needs of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, whether it's a delivery system or whether it's shepherded around San Juan and back into Colorado. So looking at those, really look forward to the council participating in what we started was the legislation for each one of the states of Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico. Colorado, we did introduce the tribes meeting with both the Senate and the House in their tribe to state address. We also tried to do that same thing in the state of Utah. Councilman Lehigh and I have been meeting with the different departments up there. They've really wanted to start to work with us. Governor Cox is really looking at trying to do development more in uranium in Utah, but he has to try to work with us as 8 sovereign nations in the state of Utah and trying to make things better for them too. Not at the different level where we're at in the org chart, but at a sovereign to sovereign, state to tribes, the 8 tribes, and try to work better for the future. So as we start to look at the future for Utah and how they're going to be moving forward for Colorado, I think we have things more in tune with them. Governor is it Polis? He'll be outgoing in about a year, and Senator Bennett will be vying for his position, as others will too. So really looking at where that future holds for state of Colorado, but also New Mexico. Luann Grisham will be up pretty soon, and she's looking at how things will be moving forward in the transition. There is a mayor for Albuquerque election be going on for that, as we do have investments in some of the things going on in Albuquerque. One of them I've been mentioning to council is the 4-H park right behind the cultural center, where we have some Ute remains of students that went off to boarding school, and some of the students that went to boarding school in Santa Fe, also some of them never made it home. So we want to really protect and cultural identity in the tribes that went to these boarding schools and how it affected them. So just looking at that. Also, there is legislation coming up in state of Colorado for an indigenous embassy in Denver. I'd really like to ask council to weigh the pros and cons in that. There are 100,000 tribal members that are enrolled from different tribes that live within Denver and Colorado Springs. They sometimes take the lead when it comes to legislation and really looking at how do we as Southern Ute and Ute Mountain really look at the difference between a sovereign nation versus indigenous people that live in the urban city. I understand that sometimes the opportunities are greater in bigger cities, job opportunities, education, housing, whatever the case may be. But we as Ute Mountain and Southern are the 2 sovereign nations that work with the state of Colorado, and bills are really important. Look at your sponsors, the committees that it'll go through, who will advocate for what, and even testimony on some of these bills, so that when you move forward that things will be good. The proclamation will be coming out in January from the governor, and I asked him to add some things in there. I know that the Cheyenne Arapaho asked to have the Sand Creek Massacre identified in the proclamation. I asked the governor to also include Meeker and the Milk Creek conflict that we had from the Ute side also in the proclamation, so that we too are identified in the proclamation, not only us as identified as the sovereign nations, but the conflicts that we had with the United States Cavalry at that time. So really looking to see if that's going to be added in. But I just wanted to say to everyone too, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be in the council for this long. I know there's been challenges, misunderstandings, support. I'd like to thank Councilmember Treasurer Whiteman for the 2 terms that he been on, Councilman Lehigh for his advocacy and being on the council, and before and in this last 6 years that he's been in with me. Congratulations to Councilman Jacket for getting reelected into the positions, the 2 councilwomen for coming in, first-year term for Councilman Knight, and then right now for 4 weeks for Councilman Jacket. I know council is a really tough, hard position to be in. You won't know it until you get into the position. And chairman's even harder, and really trying to look at where we come when I first got in 1994 to now, and what things have been accomplished. I had a reporter ask me, what are the top priority that you have? And I said, there's so many, and so many accomplishments, so many things that have happened, and change is inevitable. It's coming sometimes, whether we don't like it or we do like it, but it's coming. Technology is one. Look at this. This has become a computer now, a walking computer, where it was just a phone at one time. So now it's a computer that you can just tap into wherever you're at on a website. So things have changed. We need to change with it, so that looks positive for all of us as we start to grow. And we've got to keep moving forward and educating everybody on how the changes are going to come and how it's going to affect each and every one of us, just as the shutdown right now from the federal government. It affects tribes, because sometimes tribes rely on that federal funding. And right now our superintendent's not here because they're on a shutdown. So we have to really support them too, as they have the fiduciary responsibility to take care of tribes, even the exterior boundary or everything within it. So really looking at how and where we've came from. Even before our 1940 Constitution, we had chiefs back then, and the chiefs used to advocate on behalf and try to make good decisions on behalf of the tribe. And sometimes it wasn't interpreted correctly by the interpreter to some of the tribes, and some of the chiefs signed off on it or marked an X, but not really understanding the impacts of the future. So we've had come from challenging times to learn more about who we are and where we're going. That's why we tell our children, from the past to today to the future, get educated, go to college, go to university, learn about Nemburukanchi, learn about the government and what they're doing and how can it benefit us. Try to bring people in to understand. That's why we have employees that come into our reservation and they have the knowledge and the skills. They support us, they advocate for us, they give us the good advice to move in the direction, whether it's legal, finance, healthcare, whatever the case may be. And we have a grant writer now who has brought in about $176 million to this tribe in the last 8 years. And we need to continue to look at other funding, as we say, use other monies first, somebody else's, and then eventually start to use your own. But we also need to, as tribal members, if we did come up to some revenues that come in, support the council and put in some of this money away. Create a growth fund, create a permanent fund, something that's going to put this money away in a savings account for a 10-year portfolio. We have an investment company that works for us in a good way. Let's invest in it for the future, for the kids and grandkids that are not here yet. So always envisioning short and long-term goals, looking at where we're heading into the future. So with that, I just really appreciate everyone, from the youngest to the oldest, on and off the reservation, to current council, where we're at today and where we're heading into the future. So this is my last council meeting as the chairman for the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. Thank you for that opportunity. Thank you for supporting me, working together. Nanama. And that things will work out for every one of us and all of our employees, from tribal government to tribal enterprises, and all the many people that got us to where we're at today and continue to work for us as we move into the future. So thank you. That'll be my closing remarks for my last council meeting for today. So with that, thank you very much.